Under the shimmering night sky of a bustling city, the streets were alive with people reveling in the vibrant nightlife. Amidst the commotion, the scene shifted to a lively restaurant where a man sat devouring his meal with reckless abandon. Onlookers began to murmur uneasily, debating whether to intervene. Some speculated he might collapse from overeating, puzzled by the tears streaming down his face as he indulged in the feast. His sheer size and appetite drew comparisons to a festive holiday dinner, leaving the crowd both amazed and bewildered. Among the crowd, a man whispered that this might be some people's first time seeing the individual, though he was quite well known in Henan. Another man chuckled, asking if it was because of the man's appearance. The first man cautioned against judging by looks alone, adding that the other still had much to learn. He explained that while the newcomer might not be local, he surely must have heard of this man, an extraordinary figure renowned for achieving the impossible, uniting all the merchant unions in Henan. The second man, visibly surprised, listened as the first revealed the man's name, Heir of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union, the grand merchant responsible for such an unprecedented feat. Nearby, a woman's voice cut through the murmurs, urging Heir to stop. She pointed out that while most people eat 3 meals a day, he was consuming 3 days' worth of food in one sitting. Frustrated, she tried to pull him from his chair, but her efforts were futile, as he was like an immovable mountain. Some in the crowd marveled at the notion that he was once considered handsome in his youth. The woman, whose name was Yanhwa, warned him that his gluttony would harm him. Tears continued to roll down Waren's cheeks as he responded, his voice heavy with sorrow, that if he stopped eating, the memories of a dreadful day would return to haunt him. Her expression softened, hurt but understanding, as she let go and asked if he truly intended to live the rest of his life like this. Later that night, in the solitude of a carriage ride home, Waren removed his ornate jewelry, his reflection somber. He admitted aloud that all his wealth and riches felt hollow, unable to heal the wound within him. His excessive indulgence in luxury and gluttony was merely a mask for the pain of losing loved ones, a pain that only people could mend. Yet, the nightmares of that fateful day continued to plague him. Beside him, Yanhwa's concern was evident. Waren sighed, reflecting on how many years had passed since he made the Sky Ocean Merchant Union his home. Yet, Yanhwa still called him young master instead of head merchant. Her gaze was warm as she replied that no matter how much time passed, he would always be the young master of the Tianzhong clan in her eyes. Looking at her closely, Waren noticed the faint wrinkles beginning to form on her face. A wave of realization washed over him as he recalled how, even after he left the clan and married into another family, Yanhwa had followed him, remaining steadfast by his side. Yanhwa was more than just a servant to Waren, she was like family to him, and without her, he believed he wouldn't be alive. As he touched the scar on his forehead, Waren confessed that everything fell apart the day the Tianzhong clan met its end. A picture of his family appeared in his mind, and he admitted he had once despised them, especially his father, whom he had hated more than anyone else. Years ago, Waren, in his bitterness, had a statue of himself made and told a young Yanhwa to guide his father to the statue if he ever came looking for him. Despite being the eldest son of a prosperous martial arts clan, Waren had completely turned his back on his family. His resentment ran so deep that he didn't resist when he was essentially sold off in an arranged marriage to the Sky Ocean Merchant Union. Years later, tragedy struck as the Tianzhong clan was attacked by a sect. Watching his clan consumed by flames, Waren realized, too late, that he loved his father deeply despite his earlier hatred. After all, he was still his father. Overcome with grief, Waren grabbed the statue and began headbutting it repeatedly, screaming in anguish. Yanhwa rushed over, begging him to stop before he hurt himself. Waren eventually collapsed to his knees, and Yanhwa comforted him as they both spent the rest of the night watching the clan burn to the ground. In the present, something rapidly approached their carriage. Inside, Waren told Yanhwa that he had decided to change his ways. He promised to mend his relationship with his wife and abandon the reckless lifestyle he had been living. He acknowledged that he had grieved long enough and vowed to take care of the family he still had, though he worried about how cold his wife might be toward him. Laughing lightly, he told Yanhwa that she was like family to him. Yanhwa smiled warmly and promised to continue serving him well. Suddenly, a projectile shot through the side of the carriage, and a man crashed into Yanhwa, sending her flying through the air before bursting out the other side. The carriage toppled over. Meanwhile, the attacker, an old man, managed to regain his footing but slammed into a tree due to his momentum. Coughing up blood, he muttered that his organs were in tatters. A group of masked figures quickly surrounded him. Despite his injuries, the old man fended off an attacker's blade by letting it pierce his hand. The masked figures taunted him, claiming they had warned him there was no escape. The old man spat blood and accused them of betrayal, revealing himself to be the demonic master. Taking advantage of his weakened state, the attackers stabbed him in the stomach, mocking him for his pathetic downfall and blaming his demise on the blood demon castle. Gritting his teeth, the demonic master unleashed a red aura, scattering or disintegrating several of his attackers. Back near the overturned carriage, Warren, lying on the ground and bleeding heavily, raised his head. His blurred vision spotted something moving in the distance. Yanhwa lay lifeless nearby, and Warren, overcome with grief, screamed into the night, his sorrow echoing through the air. Meanwhile, the demonic master staggered forward, leaving a bloody trail behind him. Collapsing to his knees, he muttered that he needed a new body before his heart gave out. Preparing to use the spirit possession technique, he felt blood pouring from his mouth and admitted to himself that this might be the end of his journey. Just then, Warren appeared before him, full of rage, accusing the old man of causing the loss of his family member by dragging them into his battle. He demanded to know why the fight had to happen there. The demonic master didn't respond, and Warren, seething, grabbed him by the collar, yelling for him to at least acknowledge the life lost. The old man mumbled something unintelligible as Warren shook him. Before Warren could act further, the demonic master quickly infused his aura into his fingertips and struck several pressure points on Warren's body, causing him to go stiff and collapse to the ground. Confused, Warren struggled to move, but his body wouldn't respond. As he fought to lift his hand, the demonic master gasped, chiding Warren for treating an injured old man so roughly. Warren, still paralyzed, muttered that he knew the old man was a martial artist but couldn't believe this was how things would end for him. The demonic master sat beside him, admitting that since this was his final chance to use the spirit possession technique, he had hoped to claim a young and talented body to extend his life. But with his moments dwindling, he had no choice but to take what he could. Even if it's the body of a pig, he muttered, I'll make the most of it. He began the ritual, channeling 160 years of martial essence and true ki into his left hand, which he placed on Warren's stomach. Simultaneously, he directed his soul and spirit into his right hand, pressing it against Warren's forehead. The two energies had to be sent in perfect harmony to succeed. After a tense moment, the aura surrounding them faded, and the old man's body went limp. Warren sat up abruptly, pushing the corpse away. Looking down at his hand, he clenched it experimentally before an eerie smile spread across his face. The possession technique had worked. But as soon as he felt victorious, a splitting headache racked his body. The demonic master's voice echoed in his mind, explaining that Warren should already be suppressed by his true ki and spiritual power. The scene shifted to show the demonic master's soul floating behind Warren's body, frustrated as he realized Warren was refusing to yield. I will survive, Warren shouted in defiance. I must avenge my clan. The old man, surprised by Warren's unrelenting willpower, scoffed, claiming it was futile. With an ominous smirk, he began to absorb Warren's soul, inhaling its essence. Warren's spirit started to deteriorate, his consciousness fading as the demonic master gained control. Suddenly, one of the masked attackers appeared behind Warren's body, immediately recognizing that the demonic master had already succeeded in transferring into his new vessel. Countless demonic humans of the three demonic heavens called him their master for a reason, but his reputation ends there as the assassin lunges at him with a sword. The old man mutters, "This is bad," realizing his spirit possession technique is on the verge of completion. The blade pierces through his throat, causing him to cough up blood as a red aura glows around him, followed by an explosion. Meanwhile, Warren's voice echoes, complaining that his head feels like it's splitting apart. The scene shifts, and Warren awakens in an unfamiliar apothecary. Sitting up groggily, he wonders where he is, complaining about the dryness in his throat. Spotting a bowl of medicine nearby, he takes a sip, only to grimace and exclaim, "This tastes awful." Suddenly, he notices his slim hands and screams in panic, dropping the bowl, which shatters on the floor. Stunned, he stares at his hands, horrified by their frail appearance, and mutters, "What the hell is wrong with my hands?" A young girl rushes into the room, alarmed by the noise. Calling his name, she asks if he's okay and mentions hearing something break. To his shock, it's Manhwa, looking much younger. He grabs her, frantically asking how she has become young again. Manhwa, confused, asks if he had a bad dream. Warren tries to convince himself that this must be a dream, but then he feels a sharp pain in his foot. Looking down, he realizes he has stepped on a shard of glass, and the sensation is too real for a dream. His expression turns to confusion as he tries to make sense of the situation. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. Without a word, he gets up and heads outside, ignoring Manhwa's protests that he shouldn't be moving around with his injured foot. Warren stops in front of a statue and stares at it in disbelief. "Why is this here?" he mutters, his voice shaking. He remembers destroying it after that fateful day and can't fathom its presence now. His hands tremble as he reaches out to touch the statue. Overwhelmed with emotion, he calls out to Manhwa, who sees him trembling and crying. Concerned, she asks when he had the statue placed there. She then explains that it's only been around for 5 days. Hearing this, Warren's expression shifts, and he says with determination, "There's still time." Manhwa watches in confusion as Warren grips the statue tightly and, with an anguished cry, slams his head into it. The statue cracks on impact, and with one final blow, it shatters completely, reduced to rubble by Warren's sheer will and strength. He stands there, blood dripping from his forehead, breathing heavily as the weight of his emotions consumes him. Manhwa screams, calling out to Warren in a panic, asking if he's okay, but Warren doesn't respond. Instead, he stands amidst the shattered remains of his statue, the realization dawning on him that this is no dream. Somehow, he has been sent back to the past. He looks at the pieces of the broken statue, his mind racing, and quickly understands he's 3 years before the day his clan falls. For him, this is more than enough time. Determined, Warren declares aloud that he will protect his people and the Tianzhong clan at all costs. The narrative shifts to provide some background on the Tianzhong clan, a martial arts family residing near Tianzhong Mountain in Henan. Many years ago, several households named themselves after the mountain, but it was the Yong clan that unified them, earning the title of the Tianzhong clan. In its glory days, the clan was widely praised, its name synonymous with strength and prestige. However, over time, its reputation faded, and the clan became a shadow of its former self, no longer receiving the admiration it once had. We see Warren's father, Yong, sighing deeply as he sets down his teacup. He laments that it has already been 30 years, and yet no new expert martial artists have risen within the clan since Elder Yong Dosang, the supreme dragon of Henan. Sitting across from him, his wife listens as Yong expresses his sadness over the clan's decline. He admits that it's disheartening to see their family's legacy reduced to mere whispers of what it once was. She reassures him that they can still hope for Warren to recover and lead them toward a brighter future. However, Yong shakes his head, saying that she knows as well as he does how much Warren resents him. Yong explains that he had tried to be considerate, but perhaps it was his fault for remarrying too soon after his first wife's death, leaving his son feeling abandoned. His wife smiles gently, advising him to be patient, believing that Warren just needs more time. Yong, however, feels the gap between them growing wider rather than healing. He recalls visiting Warren 5 days earlier, only to find a statue in the garden. Warren had told him to pretend the statue was him instead. Sighing, Yong apologizes, admitting he might be venting too much. At that moment, Manhwa bursts into the courtyard, shouting frantically. Yong, alarmed, asks what's wrong and why she's so upset. Gasping for breath, Manhwa tries to speak but starts crying uncontrollably. Yong gently urges her to calm down and explain. Between sobs, she tells him that Warren has hurt himself and is now unconscious. Both Yong and his wife are stunned by the news. The scene shifts to Warren lying in bed, drenched in sweat, as though trapped in a terrible nightmare. In his dream, he's beneath a waterfall, watching koi fish swim around. His mother sits beside him, smiling warmly. Young Warren laughs, saying he's caught a big one and urging her to look. But when he turns, he finds her slumped over on the rocks. Dropping the fish, he runs to her in panic. The memory shifts to her lying in bed, pale and sickly, as Warren cries at her side. She calls him closer and apologizes for not being able to take him to the waterfall anymore. Hugging her tightly, he sobs while she gently consoles him, urging him to stop crying. Suddenly, the dream warps into a nightmare. the demonic master appears, grabbing Waren's head and mocking him for his tears. Calling him weak, the master declares he'll take Waren's head as a prize. The vision turns terrifying, and Waren screams as he jolts awake, his heart pounding. Waren awakes in his bed and looks around, immediately struck by a sense of familiarity mixed with strangeness. The room is undoubtedly his childhood bedroom, but it feels foreign after so many years. The realization sets in, he truly is back in the past. Overwhelmed by the weight of his memories, he reflects on the hatred he once harbored for his father and how he had isolated himself from his family. He recalls the tragic chain of events that began with his father's brutal murder and ended with the complete collapse of the Tianzhong clan. Regret seeps into his thoughts as he wonders if, with his knowledge of the future, he might prevent the devastation and protect the clan this time. Suddenly, a strange sensation disrupts his thoughts, a surging energy within his abdomen. He feels the heat intensifying, confused and alarmed by this unfamiliar force. Meanwhile, outside his room, two women gossip about him. One scoffs at the idea that Waren destroyed the statue by headbutting it, pointing out his long-standing frailty and lack of martial arts training. The other insists she saw it happen with her own eyes and speculates that he might be possessed. Before they can continue, the door slams open, and Waren steps out, trembling. The women immediately start stammering excuses for their gossip, but Waren pays them no mind. His focus is entirely on his body, which feels unnaturally hot, the heat radiating from his lower dantian. Panic sets in as he realizes the old man's energy has manifested, creating an overwhelming surge of Yang energy. If he doesn't find a way to control it, he fears he'll do something he'll regret. Without hesitation, he dashes into the forest, muttering to himself about the dire need to manage the energy. As he runs, his body feels as though it might explode from the intensity of the heat. Finally, he leaps into the cold waters of a waterfall, the same one from his dream, letting the freezing water cool his overheated body. Steam rises from him as he emerges, and he lets out a long, relieved sigh, feeling momentarily saved. Just as he begins to regain his composure, he hears a voice calling his name. Startled, he looks up to see his father, Yong, rushing toward him. To his shock, Yong leaps into the freezing water and grabs him, tears streaming down his face. Yong accuses him of trying to take his own life on such a cold day, his voice filled with desperation and sorrow. Waren is overcome with emotion at the sight of his father alive, but he holds himself back from acting too affectionately, knowing it would seem odd given their strained history. However, his emotions get the better of him, and he embraces his father tightly, unable to stop himself from crying. In his heart, he feels a profound gratitude for this second chance. Whether this is a dream or reality, he vows never to lose his family again. 3 months pass, and Waren's relationship with his family begins to heal. One day, he goes fishing with his younger half-brother, Kajung, a boy he barely spoke to in his past life. Kajung laughs as he shows off his fuller basket of fish, teasing Waren that he'll win their bet. Waren reflects on how he neglected Kajung before, even as the boy struggled with chi blockage after training in the clan's martial arts technique. In his previous life, the blockage left Kajung bedridden and unable to train, which contributed to the clan's decline. At the time, Waren was too absorbed in his responsibilities as a son-in-law of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union to intervene. Now, he regrets how his indifference added to Kajung's burdens. During their fishing trip, Kajung hesitates and asks if it's really okay for him to stop taking the medicines prescribed to him. Waren laughs, joking that the medicines would only make him fat. When Kajung protests that he doesn't remember him ever being fat, Waren corrects himself, saying the medicines might eventually lead to it. Kajung chuckles, saying he likes the new Waren, especially since he's been giving him allowances under the guise of bets. When Kajung shows him his superior catch, Waren dramatically throws his own fish into the air, declaring he won't lose again. The brothers laugh, and Waren grabs Kajung, joking that he's caught the biggest fish yet before pulling him into the water. As they play, Waren silently apologizes to Kajung, vowing to protect him from the burdens that once crushed him. Meanwhile, Waren has been tirelessly preparing for martial arts training by strengthening his body. He meditates daily under the waterfall to stabilize the old man's energy, which hasn't caused further issues since its initial surge. One morning, as he finishes his meditation, he notices his younger half-sister, Xiaolin, standing nearby with a towel. She cheerfully hands it to him, saying she feels like they're finally growing closer. Warren, guilt-stricken, recalls how cruelly he treated her in his previous life despite her kind nature. Xialan had always tried to connect with him, often inviting him to events like fireworks festivals. Each time, he had snapped at her, telling her he had no time for such trivialities and leaving her in tears. The last time she invited him was the final interaction they ever had. On her way to the festival, she was murdered, and Bian, devastated, launched a personal investigation. Not long after, Bian was assassinated as well. Warren's heart aches as he looks at Xialan, vowing to never treat her coldly again. This time, he will protect her, Kajong, and everyone else he lost. He recalled the past events tied to Xialan's invitations to attend two festivals, the Moon Festival happening today and the Yong Clan Festival scheduled a year later. Tragically, it was during that future festival that Xialan met her untimely death. Determined to rewrite history, Warren asked if today was the Moon Festival, and Xialan, her eyes sparkling with excitement, eagerly confirmed. She asked if he truly wanted to go with her, a hint of disbelief in her tone, and he assured her he did, even suggesting they shop together before the event. Her joy was palpable, and Warren silently resolved not to let this precious opportunity slip through his fingers again. He was determined to protect his family, rewrite the fate of his loved ones, and restore the Tianzhong clan's former glory, no matter the cost. Later that day, Warren joined the other disciples for training at the estate. This was a stark contrast to his former self, who had spent his days confined indoors, swallowing bitter medicines and immersing himself in books, refusing to engage with the outside world. Reflecting on how drastically his life had shifted, he acknowledged that the ominous energy from the old man's spirit, which once terrified him, now served as an unyielding force driving him forward. While he still didn't fully understand the nature of the energy, it compelled him to test his limits and push his body beyond its former fragility. As Warren practiced, his father, Bian, noticed him and called out. Watching his son with a mix of awe and emotion, Bian tearfully remarked how much Warren had changed, proudly acknowledging his growth. Embarrassed by the public display, Warren tried to dismiss it, reminding his father that the other disciples were watching. Laughing, Bian waved off his concerns and suggested they take his training to the next level. He offered to arrange for a formal martial arts instructor to teach Warren, who, to Bian's surprise, revealed he already had someone in mind. Before they could delve deeper, Xialan entered the scene, running up to Warren and throwing her arms around him. She gleefully showed off her new clothes, twirling and asking for his opinion. Her cheerful energy lit up the courtyard as she declared that her brother had picked out the outfit, and she thought it was beautiful. Bian sighed but admitted she looked lovely, and Xialan laughed, expressing her love for him. Watching the interaction, Warren reflected that having a strong body alone wouldn't be enough, he needed the skills and strength to truly protect his loved ones. Determined to grow stronger, Warren sought out Bian, the dragon flower sword, renowned for her exceptional martial prowess. In the courtyard, he found her practicing with an unmatched grace, her movements fluid and precise, as if dancing with the wind. Her reputation was not widely known, but Warren, with his knowledge of the future, understood the true extent of her strength. Gathering his courage, he approached her, bowing deeply and asking to become her disciple. Surprised by the request, Bian remarked on the rumors of his recovery, admitting he seemed different, but she doubted that anyone could change so quickly. She flatly refused, explaining that her focus was on uncovering why the Tianzhong clan's secret arts had stagnated. Her rejection stung, but Warren refused to give up. As she turned to leave, Warren, driven by desperation, dropped to his knees, shocking Bian. She questioned his actions, finding it absurd that the eldest son of the Tianzhong clan would kneel over what she considered an insignificant matter. However, Warren's voice, filled with conviction, told a different story. He passionately declared that her contributions to the clan were far from insignificant. Drawing from his knowledge of the future, he recounted her pivotal role in the battle against the D sect, where she earned the title Dragon Blood Flower for her bravery. Though the title was not flattering, she had given everything to rebuild the clan, only to meet a mysterious and tragic end. Warren vowed to prevent her death and the downfall of the clan, his voice trembling with emotion. Intrigued by his words and apparent sincerity, Bian decided to give him a chance, though she imposed a daunting condition: he must land a single hit on her in a sparring match. Confident in her abilities, she further handicapped herself, stating she wouldn't use chi or the clan's martial techniques. Despite his determination, the match proved disastrous for Warren. Byung effortlessly disarmed and knocked him down repeatedly, her skill far beyond his reach. Still, Warren refused to surrender, his resolve burning as fiercely as ever. Even as he collapsed to the ground, battered and seemingly unconscious, his hand never let go of his sword. This stubborn tenacity earned Byung's respect. As she turned to leave, acknowledging his effort, a faint red aura began to emanate from Warren's body. It darkened ominously, signaling the latent power within him stirring, and hinting at the immense challenges he would face on his path to change his family's fate. She feels it turning back, seeing Warren standing once more, the red aura swirling around him. She instinctively grabs her blade, telling him to return to his senses. But before she can finish speaking, he has already closed the gap, right in front of her. She manages to swing her sword, knocking his away, but nervously sweats, saying he's actually very fast. Warren leaps again, attacking from above, but this time he lands a hit, sending her crashing into the wall. She now realizes she's been cornered. As he comes in for another attack, she sees it and knows it's too dangerous. She has no choice but to counter it. Drawing her blade, she uses the first form of the soaring dragon emperor's sword to block. However, to her surprise, Warren stops just before hitting her face, leaving her completely confused. Warren starts laughing, saying that he touched her, which was part of their agreement, and then calls her master before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. She looks behind her at the wall and sees that he actually carved a chunk out of it, wondering what on earth just happened. Sometime later, we see them training in the courtyard. Warren swings his sword, and the air around him feels different now. He follows up with a diagonal cut and then soars through the air, landing gracefully, just as she had demonstrated during her own training. She wonders if he always had this much talent. He learned both the soaring dragon emperor's sword and the azure bamboo sword forms in just a few days. She remarks that he didn't seem to have any martial talent before and asks if he's really that exhausted. He laughs and says he hasn't awakened to the full potential yet, but he can use the two sword styles without trouble. Considering how little he is trained, it's pretty impressive. He laughs again, saying she praises him too much. Still, she seems to be suspicious, constantly recalling the ominous red aura. She tells him he's learning martial arts at an unbelievable speed and that it's hard to believe he was bedridden with illness not long ago. Sensing a follow-up, he sighs and says she probably wants to ask about the red key again. He asks if he really needs to explain it once more, explaining he doesn't remember anything after receiving so many of her blows. Showing her a bump on his head, he says only she would treat the eldest son of the clan this way. She decides to drop the subject, saying since he doesn't want to talk about it, she won't press further. However, as a member of the Tianzhong clan, she feels responsible for him and will watch over every moment of his life. He tells her that sounds a bit scary. That night, while Warren is in his room, he feels something strange. After practicing the sword techniques he learned, he realizes that the Tianzhong clan's martial arts are incomplete. This is inevitable, as the clan's art originally came from a demonic sect. The founder of the Tianzhong clan was a wandering martial artist seeking justice in Henan. He learned two demonic arts from the hidden saint cult, which was neither an orthodox nor a demonic sect. Despite learning these arts, the founder reinvented them over time to form the two sword techniques used today. While their power was reduced, it was still enough to make him the greatest swordsman in Henan. But since the martial arts came from a demonic origin, they were incomplete when combined with orthodox cultivation methods. Reaching the peak of these techniques was impossible, and the founder kept the origins of the arts a secret. After many years, this truth finally surfaced, leading to the downfall of the clan. Clenching his fists in anger, Warren declares that things will be different now. He has a way to complete the martial art, something only he can do because he has seen the future. Later, Warren talks to his father and stepmother, telling them that he plans to visit the clan. Byung asks what business he has there, and Warren explains that he recovered his health by learning martial arts and believes it would be good to visit them, especially since they have an arranged marriage. Byung comments that time flies and that the marriage was arranged before Warren was even born. He begins to mention the daughter's name, but Warren interrupts, saying her name is Jel Chanyang. His father smiles, agreeing, and says he was good friends with her father, Yugel. He's heard that Chang is incredibly beautiful and asks when Warren plans to leave. His stepmother suggests that since Warren has just recovered, it might be better for him to take more time to rest. Warren laughs, saying that he's of age now, and meeting people through travel is an important part of life. He adds that his father was around his age when he met Yugal. His stepmother agrees but warns him to be very cautious about his health and safety, as the trip will be long and take over a month. She insists that he needs a dependable bodyguard. Just then, we see Bayan looking furious. Warren is happy to see her but asks who the two men behind her are as they step forward. The men begin to approach and grab her by the arms, leaving Warren wondering what's going on. The men smile and comment that he's in much better shape now, clearly training his body, and that he's very different from before. Warren guesses that they must be the Rising Ghost Blades and says it's nice to meet them. The men confirm they're here to protect him and add that Warren has the potential to bulk up and gain muscle. The two muscle-headed brothers are introduced as Jungwook and Wook. Warren says that although they may seem like muscle-heads, they're skilled enough with swords to be called the Ghostblade Blades. He comments that his father must have put a lot of thought into choosing his guards. Warren immediately tells them that he will decide the path they take on the journey and hopes they will follow his lead without question. Jungwook stares at him for a moment before agreeing with a smile. Warren says they should leave immediately, as everyone else is ready. Warren bids farewell to his family, and Xiaolan wipes away her tears, asking if he really has to go. He apologizes and promises that he will go wherever she wants during the central festival. She asks if he's serious, and he smiles, saying of course. Both Bang and his stepmother watch him proudly. Warren then calls out to Kajung, asking him to look after Xiaolan and the family while he's gone. Kajung wonders if his brother has always been so tall and promises to protect them with his life as he salutes him. Warren takes a few steps back, telling them he's ready to leave. We see his father and the family respectfully bidding him farewell as he heads out with his guards. Just as he begins to leave, a familiar voice calls out to him. When he turns, he sees Yanoa running toward him. Warren immediately recalls the time when the clan was already failing, and he was leaving in a carriage. Yanoa had chased after him, calling his name and begging to go with him. It feels just like what is happening now, and Warren can hardly believe she's chasing after him again. He starts to think about it, but Jungwook advises him to refuse her, saying it's too dangerous for a servant girl to join them. He tells them to wait a minute. Getting off the horse, he runs toward her. He apologizes, closing her eyes, thinking she might get slapped. She is instead shocked when he hugs her tightly. The rest of the party watches the drama unfold. Warren tells Yanoa that she always wishes to be by his side. For that, he is forever grateful. He explains, however, that the path he is taking could be extremely far and dangerous. As of now, he is unable to protect her if she went with him. He doesn't want to bring her harm since she is his beloved family. With a smile, he tells her that she has to stay with the family. Yanoa cries as she agrees to his terms. Warren, with a determined look, leaves the clan. He thinks to himself that when he returns to the Tianzhong clan, a lot will have changed. He swears to protect his family and prevent the fall of their clan. As they continue their journey, he apologizes to his father because going to the Jaegal clan is just an excuse. It is not far from the Wudong clan, where the secret to perfecting the incomplete martial arts of their clan lies. They will be heading to Wudong as their journey continues. Warren, looking up at the sky, suddenly finds himself in a giant body of water. As he walks around endlessly, he says, "This place is way too vast." He then feels something in the water behind him. When he turns around, it's none other than a signboard. When he picks it up, he sees that it's actually the Tianzhong clan's board. When he looks back up, what was a giant endless sea is now an ocean of flames. He sees the clan house on fire, looks at it in disbelief, and starts screaming, "No," while running around. The demonic master appears, calling him a fool. Warren falls to the ground, screaming. The master says that after receiving the greatest possible opportunity that goes against the heavens themselves, Warren is going to waste his time on such childish endeavors. Warren asks how he's here, and the old man tells him that he cannot change anything. Gazing at him as if he were peering into his soul, the master demands he hand over his body. But just then, a sword cuts through the apparition of the old man, snapping Warren back to reality. Bang asks what he's busy daydreaming about. Warren then sees her flying straight at him, knocking his sword out of his hands, sending it backward, and putting her sword right up to his neck. He tells her that he surrenders. She says he's unable to keep his focus and asks if he's feeling unwell. He says it's not that, his sleep has just been really bad for the last few days. We then hear Jungwook say, if he doesn't feel well, how about he trains with us? We see the boys hitting both the squat and the bench press. They say these are the best things for increasing one's strength and that he can utilize his muscles very efficiently with this. Warren sweats nervously and walks away, saying, maybe next time. More importantly, I have something to announce regarding the trip. As they roll back on the road, he says that before they head to the Jaegal clan, he wishes to stop by Mount Seven Sages. Jungwook asks why, and Warren explains that he's read a book written by a renowned herbalist, and it says there's a part of Mount Seven Sages where 100-year-old ginseng can be found. It is also said that there is monkey wine, which is rare and hard to find elsewhere in the world. Both of the brothers start drooling at the thought of the wine. Warren says he heard that they love alcohol so much that people call them the two rising drunken ghosts. They immediately agree with him and support his decision. However, Byung shouts at them, warning that Mount Seven Sages is near the demonic sect, and their presence could cause trouble with the Orthodox sect. Warren asks how people will know they're from the Tianzhong clan. If they get caught, they can just say they're from another clan. She says that would be disrespectful because it concerns the pride of the clan. He asks her if that's really so important. If they were to encounter a great evil and someone asks where he's from, he won't hesitate to say he's from a demonic sect, as survival matters more than pride. Jungwook asks why they should fear the demonic sect in the first place. He tells Byung that he agrees with Warren, and she asks if they're serious or just interested in the monkey wine. It turns out Jungwook has already become excited, like a monkey, at the thought of the wine. Warren then says that he wants to bring something back for his parents, as he's caused them so much trouble up until now. Byung believes his acting and says that if he really wants to go, they can. He thanks everyone and suggests they make proper preparations. At a nearby inn, he smiles and says that, of course, he lied about the monkey wine. There isn't any on the mountain. Instead, there's something much more valuable, the demonic poison stoneflower. This flower grows from a rare and dangerous crystal created by centuries of poisonous insects gathering in a certain tomb when it's their time to die. The poison from these insects forms a puddle that hardens into a crystal. Occasionally, a seed falls onto the crystal, sprouting into a flower filled with poison and demonic energy. This is the demonic poison stoneflower, and it should be found on Mount Seven Sages. However, as soon as they arrive at the inn, Warren overhears people talking about how many demonic sects are gathering near the mountain, all hoping to find the demonic poison stoneflower. He wonders how the whole world knows about it. Byung then starts sipping her tea and explains that there are many powerful demonic masters at the mountain, which doesn't sound like a good situation to be in. Warren agrees, acknowledging that there will definitely be a fight over the flower, but he doesn't need to get involved. His goal is to defeat Gochiok, the heir to the Serpent Dragon sect, who will be the last one standing and claim the flower. Gochiok has reached the peak level from being a first-rate in just half a year, and the flower will be a perfect ingredient for his martial arts. Since the Tianzhong clan's techniques are based on demonic arts, the flower will be useful for him as well. Warren finishes his drink in one gulp and slams the glass down on the table. He says nothing has changed, and they will still be heading to Mount Seven Sages. Byung stands up in disbelief and asks if he didn't hear the talk about the demonic sect. He replies that the mountain is one of the paths to the Jaegal clan, and the Jaegal clan will certainly be involved, so meeting them might not be a bad idea. Warren sighs and leans over the table, telling Byung that while she may be okay with this plan, if they face powerful martial artists, they won't be able to handle it and will have to run. He then asks about the two goofballs. When they turn around, they see the two brothers lying on the floor, passed out from drinking too much. Warren shakes his head and shrugs, reassuring her that he won't go near any places where dangerous martial artists might be. Byung seems suspicious but reluctantly agrees. They head to a new location where they'll stay for the time being. Warren says that the area around Mount Seven Sages is essentially like the Gallery of Pandemonium. Although he's too weak to enter such a place, he believes the true winner is the one who laughs last. We then get a flashback to Warren telling the group that they should check inns and bars run by the Serpent Dragon sect. They should look for places with few customers but many horses, as Gochiak, the young sect leader, will need a large number of horses to move quickly. If he finds a stable, it means Gochiak and his men are likely to stop there, even if Gochiak has obtained the demonic poison stoneflower. The flower will not be taken immediately, instead, it will be kept in a sect-run inn before being transported to a safer location. Warren explains that the only inn that fits these conditions is the one they are currently staying at. If they stay there, Gochiak will eventually show up with the flower. Later, we see a large group gathered, and Warren watches from above. He asks what they're looking at, and Jungwook replies that the young master of the Serpent Dragon sect is down there. It's none other than Gochiak, the person Warren has been waiting for. Warren is surprised and wonders why Gochiak is here instead of at Mount Seven Sages. He wonders if Gochiak is not actually fighting for the flower. One of Gochiak's men runs up to him and whispers something in his ear. Warren says that he can't make out what they're saying from this distance. Gochiak's expression changes as he hears the news. He looks angry and starts shouting at everyone to gather the swordsmen from their clan because they are going to chase them. Jungwook comments that if Gochiak is calling out the 8 swords and the 8 slashers of the Serpent Dragon sect, then this is big news. Warren thinks that if something urgent just happened, it could create an opportunity to steal the flower, giving him a higher chance of getting it himself. He tells Jungwook to get ready because they're going to follow the group. Byung starts yelling, asking why he wants to chase after a demonic sect, saying it's too dangerous. She's really worried and asks why he keeps getting involved in more risky situations. Warren tells her that Janghu is about to go through a big change, and to survive in the chaos, they need to get stronger. He says that power is just a tool for them. Byung responds that Janghu is peaceful right now, and they're not weak enough to need some herb to become strong. Warren disagrees and tells her that they are weak and can't easily claim what they want without this power. He has a dream, and he's going to get the flower no matter what, so he can protect his family from outside threats. He says that if she believes in him as the heir of the clan, she needs to follow his orders. Byung is taken aback by his sudden change in attitude, and she wonders if it's her fault for not seeing him as an adult until now. Jungwook laughs, saying he didn't know Warren had such courage. He and his brother show their respect and say they will follow his orders. Byung, seeing this, also agrees to follow him. She adds that he needs to remember that Janghu isn't a place to take lightly. Warren nods, agreeing, and tells her not to worry too much. He says that no one knows that better than he does, since he's been through it all. They then prepare to leave town and head to a different area. As they sneakily follow the Serpent Dragon sect members, Warren says he never expected there to be so many of them. The sect members start to form a formation, and Byung tries to tell Warren about it. He stops her, saying that it looks like Gochiak and the others are setting up an inescapable net. Jungwook becomes worried, saying that means they should probably move quickly. Warren reassures him, saying the main group hasn't done anything yet. He's certain they're waiting to take action once they spot anyone suspicious or the person with the miracle medicine. So, they should wait for the right moment. They listen carefully, hearing shouting in the distance about finding the person. This gives them a chance to sneak away a little further. Warren suggests they move towards the river since, now that the person with the medicine has been found, a person on the run would likely choose to go toward the water rather than the woods. Namwook asks why, and Warren explains that a person escaping would prefer water. After a while, all they hear is the eerie silence of the river. They notice it too. Warren tells them to stay as quiet as possible from now on, and Byung audibly gulps in fear. Suddenly, a man walks through the river, screaming for help. He is covered in blood and getting closer to them. Then, a giant purple hand emerges out of nowhere, crushing the man like a bug. This alarms the group, as a powerful purple aura immediately spreads through the area. An old man appears, taking a long breath while holding the flower they've been searching for. Byung wonders if this is the flying demon bloodlion, and Warren asks if she knows who he is, sensing the ominous aura. Jungwook is surprised, saying Warren doesn't know who he is, adding that if you were to pick 100 experts in the demonic martial scene, the Blood Lion would definitely be one of them. Warren notes that the man doesn't seem to be in a good mood and spots the flower in his hand. Warren realizes that if the Blood Lion has the flower now, it's about time for the Serpent Dragon sect to make their move. They quickly pull back from the Blood Lion, thinking they had the upper hand. Gochiak then says that he ran all the way here after killing the most elite members of his sect. He doesn't expect much from the flying demon Blood Lion. The Blood Lion laughs, saying he didn't expect weaklings to try to corner him. If it weren't for the Tang clan, he would have torn them all apart. Gochiak reaches into his robe and asks the Blood Lion if he recognizes this. He pulls out a strange box, and the Blood Lion immediately recognizes it as the Thousand Needle Dart. He asks how Gochiak has it. Gochiak says he spent a lot of money to get it and reveals that not only does he have one, but everyone in his clan surrounding the Blood Lion also has one. They all point them at him. The Blood Lion gets angry, asking if they really think such inferior weapons can hurt him. He begins releasing his aura. At the same time, the group fires the darts, sending a volley of needles flying through the air, almost like fireworks. As they fall toward the Blood Lion, he brings his hands together, and two giant purple hands form above him, clapping together. The shockwave from the clapping knocks many of the needles away. Warren stops and wonders if this is what he thinks it is. The Blood Lion starts to rise into the air, releasing even more aura than before. Gochiak is stunned and asks how this makes sense. The Blood Lion starts to laugh as he begins to flee, saying they are no match for him. Gochiak grins, saying he's ready for the challenge. He orders the second squad to shoot, but the needles are already flying toward the Blood Lion. Gochiak is too late to react, and he gets caught in the explosion, causing him to fall into the water. The group surrounds him, and Gochiak shouts, ordering the 8 swords to surround the Blood Lion and take the flower immediately. The group charges at the Blood Lion from above, but he laughs, saying they will never find the medicine and that he'll take them all down to hell with him. A fierce and brutal battle begins, and the Blood Lion easily takes down many of them, even mocking one fighter who thought he was getting ahead of himself. Byong and the others watch in disgust, with Byong saying she's never seen such a bloodbath before. She asks Warren, who is calm despite the chaos, how he can stay so composed, considering this is likely his first experience in Jianghu. Meanwhile, some of the sect members shout that they've caught the Blood Lion. He is now riddled with arrows and blades, collapsing into the river and taking his last breath. Gochiak tells his men to search him for the medicine, but when they do, they report that it's not there. Gochiak begins to panic, insisting they need to search again, as they saw the Blood Lion holding the medicine. There's no way he could have hidden it, and they must find it. Warren tells the group to follow him as they move through the trees. He calmly explains that the miracle medicine isn't actually on the Blood Lion, but he has a hunch about where it might be. Byang asks if he's sure, since they clearly saw the Blood Lion holding it. Warren explains that the Blood Lion probably sent it down the river. He mentions the water barrier the Blood Lion created earlier was not just for defense, but to block their sight while he secretly pushed the flower into the river using his martial arts. If that's true, the flower would still be there, and they could follow the water to find it. They hear shouting behind them, and Warren tells them to hurry. It won't be long before others figure out where the medicine is too. They spot the purple aura of the flower in the river, and Warren immediately runs over, pulling it out of the water. He asks everyone to wait and takes out a vial, handing the box to Jungwook. He pours something from the vial onto a different flower. Byang asks if they think this is what she believes it is, and Warren confirms that it's poison. She warns him that it's not good for an orthodox martial artist to carry poison, but Warren assures her it's a useful tool. By poisoning the fake flower, they will trick the others into thinking it's the real one. It won't fool them for long, but it will buy them enough time to escape. Jungwook laughs, saying it was easy. While everyone else was fighting for their lives, they managed to get the flower just by sneaking around. Warren shrugs, saying they were just lucky, and it's time to go. But just then, the box is ripped from his hands. A man lands next to him, and the group freezes, not sensing his presence before. Warren turns to look at the man, who grins and says, "It's mine now." At that moment, none of the 4 realized the old man's presence. By the time they noticed him, he was already standing beside Warren. The other three, alarmed, shouted his name, fear rising within them as they recognized the man before them, the flying demonic blood lion. His presence here was far from ordinary. Before Hen could react, the old man struck him with a powerful punch to the stomach. The blow sent Hen flying backward into the forest, leaving a deep crack in the ground as he landed. The remaining three were frozen in fear, silently calling Hen's name, deeply worried for him. The old man's entire body radiated a purple aura. His face twisted with fury as he accused them of being thieves who didn't know their place. He then raised the flower to his mouth and bit into it. His terrifying expression grew darker, and the purple aura around him thickened. He declared that he had planned to take his time absorbing the flower's power, but since they had forced him to act, he would tear apart every human present and replenish his chi with their blood. The storm-like energy surged violently, spreading outward as the aura enveloped him entirely, seemingly absorbing the flower's power. Byong stood frozen, her body stiff, her trembling hand gripping her sword as she faced the old man's overwhelming power. In her mind, she realized this was the first time she was fighting someone so much stronger. Fear filled her eyes as gruesome memories of the old man's past massacres replayed in her mind. Her body felt like it was sinking into darkness, and her instincts screamed that she was truly going to die this time. Fortunately, the voice of the young men beside her pulled her back to reality. One of them remarked that he had never thought before acting, which was how he had earned the title of Ghostblade. The two men stepped forward, trying to shield Byong despite her desperate attempts to stop them. Unable to speak with certainty, they introduced themselves as the two rising Ghostblades, Jungwook and Namwook. Smiling, they declared that as warriors of the Tianzhong clan, they would protect the young leader and defeat the flying demonic blood lion. Byong, overwhelmed with worry, urgently warned them that the old man was too powerful and that they would die if they fought him. However, the young man cut her off, saying, "Do what needs to be done, Dragonflower Sword." He then turned with a faint smile, reminding her that the old man had just consumed poison. Byong's eyes widened in surprise as she remembered that the young clan leader had replaced the flower with a poison one. Jungwook added that not only was the old man severely wounded, but he had also used his life energy as true ki and poisoned himself. If they could stall him, they might have a chance. Jungwook and Namwook sprang into action, splitting into two directions to attack the old man. They told Byong they would launch the first assault, and in the next instant, both charged at the old man from opposite sides. The old man's eyes turned completely white, and blood vessels bulged across his face as he sneered. "I must applaud you for not running." His aura-covered arm blocked both swords directly, and when they made contact, the swords shattered into pieces. His arm then elongated, aiming to strike both men. Caught off guard, the two could do nothing but brace for the attack. In that critical moment, a golden light erupted like a shield, intercepting the old man's strike. It was Byong, wielding a technique called Soaring Dragon Emperor Sword, followed by Heavenly Lightning Ascension. The lightning surrounded her blade and pierced through the old man's left arm. Despite her attack, fear remained on Byong's face. The old man roared in anger, his attention now entirely focused on her. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he suddenly felt something amiss within his body. Abruptly halting his assault, he retreated. At this point, the two men had managed to create a safe distance, but the old man suddenly coughed up blood, glancing at the crimson smear on his palm. He realized that he had been poisoned internally. He wondered if that old woman from the Tang clan had managed to poison him, but quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that the Tang clan's poison would have already dissolved his organs. The old man shifted his gaze toward Byong's group and concluded that this poison could only be their doing. Fury surged through him as he clenched his teeth and roared in anger, realizing he had been outsmarted. He declared that he would crush their bones into dust. The old man erupted in a violent coughing fit due to the poison coursing through his veins. Meanwhile, Byong and her two companions remained alert. She recalled Ghostblade's words and thought to herself that the old man was nearing his limit. If they could stall him a little longer, they might actually be able to defeat him. However, the old man's sudden maniacal laughter stunned her. He clutched his face, laughing like a lunatic, only to abruptly stop. His expression twisted with rage as he growled in a chilling tone, questioning if he would really meet his end, not at the hands of the Tang clan's old woman or the weaklings of the Serpent Dragon sect, but by the hands of these nameless nobodies. His eyes burned with hatred as he refused to accept this fate. Then, a terrifying realization hit him. The one he had sent flying earlier must have the demonic poison stoneflower. His aura grew even more threatening as his body radiated uncontrollable fury. He declared that if Hen had it, he would take it, even if Hen had already consumed it. He would tear open his stomach and drink its contents. The old man surged forward with a burst of power. Before Byung's group could react, he appeared in front of them, striking Namlook with such force that he was sent flying. Seeing an opening, Byung launched a counterattack, slashing at the old man. To her shock, his body transformed into a strange, unrecognizable form, making her attack useless. The old man then turned his attention to Jungwook, delivering a crushing blow to his face and sending him sprawling. With only Byung left standing, the old man's eyes burned with demonic intensity as he reached for her face. His speed was so overwhelming that she couldn't dodge. Just as his hand was about to grasp her, a blade of sword energy sliced through the air from the distant forest, severing the old man's arm and saving Byung. It was Warren, arriving at an unimaginable speed. His eyes glowed with instability, his demeanor hinting at a loss of control. Earlier, when Warren had been sent flying into the forest by the old man, he had suffered serious injuries. His body was cracked and bleeding, and he had coughed up blood while lying there. He thought grimly to himself, realizing that the flying demonic blood lion had used his life essence as true key to chase him. Warren knew he had to stand and move, but his body refused to obey. Memories of his promises to his companions flashed in his mind as he stared at the sky. He blamed himself for acting as though he knew everything, only to face such bitter failure. Suddenly, Warren noticed something strange. As he touched the blood on his forehead, he realized that the blood on his body seemed to be alive. A sinister energy emanated from the blood, forming a twisted humanoid shape that seemed to beckon Warren to surrender his body. Gradually, Warren became aware of the mystery inside him. Inside my body is the energy of that old man I saw before he regressed, he realized. He remembered using that power during his fight with Instructor. If he used it again, he could defeat the flying demonic blood lion. The energy continued to tempt him, slowly seeping into his body through his mouth. He could feel it trying to control him. If I close my eyes, this terrifying power will take over, he thought. Warren struggled internally, gritting his teeth to prevent the energy from fully invading him. He opened his eyes wide and questioned whether he truly needed power he couldn't control. Determined, he fought against the invading force. I must hold on. I won't let this evil energy take over my body, he vowed. As the aura continued to push against him, Warren shouted at it to be silent. He gathered all his strength and declared, "This body is mine. I am its master, not you. You're just a ghost from the past." Warren promised to protect those he cared about with his own strength. In that instant, the red energy vanished completely, and he regained full control over his body. Without wasting any more time, he focused on his legs and propelled himself toward the battlefield, where his companions were still struggling against the terrifying old man. Just in time, Warren appeared and used the red energy to sever the old man's arm. The old man's arm was cut off, and blood poured out uncontrollably. His face showed shock, unable to understand what had just happened. He quickly retreated, crying out in pain. The old man glared at Warren with hatred, but a second later, his eyes widened in shock. Surrounding Warren was a terrifying red energy that caught him off guard. He realized that this was the power of a demonic master. Stunned, the old man demanded to know how Warren possessed such energy. At that moment, the poison flared up again, causing the old man to clutch his mouth and cough up blood. Byung also turned to look at Warren, recognizing the energy from her previous fight with him. Meanwhile, Jungwook and Namwook returned, both wounded. Realizing he had arrived at the perfect moment, the four of them stood together, ready to face the old man. Warren encouraged them, saying that the flying demonic bloodlion was poisoned and had used his life essence some time ago. He would soon collapse. With a serious expression, Warren gave his first order as the heir of the clan, commanding them all to survive. The group's eyes burned with determination as they stared down the old man. Weakened by poison and the loss of his arm, the old man admitted, "I have faced many challenges in this land, but this situation is one I can't understand." Resolved to fight to the death, he declared that he would give up his own survival and use the last of his strength. His body began to glow with a purple aura. Despite not fully understanding how he gained such power, he sneered and said, "Struggle as much as you want." Facing this deadly foe, the group heightened their guard, fully prepared for a life-or-death battle. In the next moment, both sides charged at each other with all their strength and resolve. No one knew how long the battle would last or what the outcome would be. Elsewhere, a man angrily shouted at his subordinates for failing to find the old man. He and his group quickly moved through the forest, thinking that the old man would soon use his life essence. They arrived at the river near the forest, and when they emerged, the man was shocked by the sight before him. The clearing showed signs of a fierce battle, and he recognized traces of the blood lion's martial arts. He grew more alarmed. Just then, his subordinates called out, announcing that they had found the old man. The man rushed over and saw the old man's body lying on the ground, covered in fatal wounds, blood pooling around him. They concluded that he was dead. The man, dissatisfied, demanded to know the whereabouts of the flower. His subordinates hesitated, unable to answer, and his fury grew. Realizing they had no information about the flower, he roared, "If you can't find the flower, you will die." One of the subordinates nervously confirmed that the flower wasn't there. Enraged, the man drew his sword, prepared to kill the subordinate. The young man closed his eyes tightly, bracing for death. However, to his relief, the man did not follow through. Furious, the man sheathed his sword and began to contemplate who had killed the old man and taken the flower. Which fool fought the flying demonic blood lion and stole the demonic poison stone flower, he thought, his face flushed with rage. The scene transitions to a dense forest where a group of riders hastily flees on horseback. Jungwook laughs heartily, exclaiming his disbelief at their victory over the flying demonic blood lion. Byung, puzzled, questions what he means. Jungwook explains that if the lion had fallen even moments later, they would all have been killed. Reflecting on the encounter, Jungwook admits he still feels the danger of the situation, noting how those who survive such battles are considered strong. He remarks that the flying demonic blood lion, a powerful martial artist in Jianghu, understood its own mortality and fought with everything it had. As they ride, Warren awakens, coughing blood, prompting Byung to ask if he's alright. Warren assures him he's fine, though weary, and comments that their battle with the lion was anything but easy. Holding a strange flower with an ominous purple aura from his robe, he vows to protect his family and clan no matter the cost. However, he acknowledges the path ahead will be dangerous and warns there may be days like today when their lives are at risk. Turning to Instructor Mo, he urges him and the two rising ghost blades to become stronger. Jungwook responds with a determined voice, though Namwook remains unconscious. Byung then addresses Warren, pressing him to explain something. Warren, confused, listens as she clarifies, asking about the ominous energy earlier. Jungwook interjects, stating that the aura felt unlike the energy of the Tianzhong clan and more akin to the flying demonic blood lion's sinister chi. Byung, now worried, asks if Warren has learned demonic arts. Internally, Warren debates whether to reveal his regression, fearing the consequences it might have on the future, and ultimately denies the accusation. He promises to explain everything later. Byung, still uneasy, argues that since they all risked their lives, Warren shouldn't keep secrets from them now. Riding fast to keep up, Warren aggravates his injuries, coughing blood again. Byung notices and urgently asks if he's okay. He smiles faintly, reassuring her and the group that they will be the first to know everything when the time is right. Though dissatisfied, Byung has no choice but to drop the matter. She signals the group to stop and rest, as Warren's condition worsens. As they dismount, Byung observes Warren's declining state and suggests seeking help from the Jaegal clan. Warren disagrees, reasoning that their pursuers, including Gochak and the Serpent Dragon sect, would only bring trouble to the Jaegal clan. Instead, he proposes heading to Mount Wudong, where he has heard of a skilled physician with the surname Heir. Byung questions the existence of such a physician on Mount Wudong, and Warren confirms the rumor. Meanwhile, on Mount Wudong, a white cat leaps gracefully through the forest, pursued by a young man calling it Bull. He pleads with the cat to stop, warning it of the mountain's dangers, but the cat continues running. It halts suddenly at a bush, intrigued by a strange noise emanating from within. As the young man finally catches up and grabs the cat, the sound draws his attention. Before he can investigate further, Warren's group emerges from the bushes, battered and bloodied from their journey. Warren, pale and with his face smeared in blood, cries out in relief at finding someone in the desolate mountain. The sight of his ghastly appearance terrifies the young man and the cat, leaving them trembling as a piercing scream echoes through the forest. Later, in a small straw house deep in the woods, Warren lies unconscious, receiving treatment. When he awakens suddenly, startled by a nightmare of the flying demonic blood lion, he finds his body intact and realizes he has been treated. Relieved, he concludes that they have indeed found the healer they sought. The boy Warren had encountered earlier in the mountains opened the door, noticing that Warren had regained consciousness. The boy explained that Warren had been seriously injured, so he brought him to their clinic, a small establishment run by his grandfather and himself. As Warren tried to rise from the bed, the boy urged him to remain still and take his medicine first. Curious, Warren asked if the boy's grandfather was named Hei Dukgong. The boy confirmed this, surprising Warren, who realized that this boy was Ha Kielryung. In turn, Kielryung was startled that Warren knew his name. Warren thought to himself that he had finally found the reason for his journey to Mount Wudong, even using the Jaegel clan as an excuse. This child was the key to completing the Tianzhong clan's unstable martial arts. More importantly, he was destined to become the future strongest man under the heavens, the one supreme Kielryung. Warren recalled how, before his regression, a battle of unprecedented scale had erupted over a martial arts tome. The conflict involved not only the unorthodox and demon clans but also the 5 great clans. The tome introduced a revolutionary concept, the coexistence of good and evil within a human. When balanced, this duality could produce power far beyond ordinary limits. This philosophy, left behind by Zhang Sanfeng, the progenitor of the Wudong sect, was detailed in the Yin-Yang Depth Heaven tome. In his past life, Kielryung's family had stumbled upon this tome by chance while foraging for medicinal herbs, which allowed Kielryung to ascend as the strongest man under the heavens. Warren knew that obtaining this tome could help fulfill his family's dreams. As Warren pondered, he watched Kielryung diligently prepare medicine. A fly landed on the boy's cheek, and with lightning-fast reflexes, he caught it in his hand. This casual display of speed surprised Warren, revealing that Kielryung had also been trained in martial arts. However, the boy merely smiled modestly, mentioning that his grandfather had taught him. Despite Kielryung's young age, his skill left Warren astonished. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair and a kind smile entered the room, recognizing that Warren had awoken. This was Hei Dukgong, Kielryung's grandfather. After some time, Warren, nearly fully recovered, stepped into the yard, where his companions had also recuperated. Together, Warren and his 3 subordinates bowed deeply to Dukgong in gratitude. Introducing himself as Warren of the Hanan Tianzhong clan, he sincerely thanked the healer for his aid. Dukgong waved off the thanks, insisting it was his duty. However, he then asked why someone from the Hanan Tianzhong clan was in this region. This question momentarily froze the group. Thinking quickly, Warren replied with a smile that he had come to gather ginseng. Dukgong raised an eyebrow, commenting that while they had some medicinal herbs, ginseng was rare and difficult to find. He inquired further, asking why they needed ginseng. Facing Dukgong's probing gaze, Warren appeared briefly flustered but quickly adopted a sorrowful expression. Tears welling in his eyes, he fabricated a dramatic story. He explained that his mother had fallen gravely ill and that his parents, who had cared for him despite his frail health as a child, were the reason he could leave the clan and explore the world. His voice grew more emotional as he claimed he had received a message about his mother's condition and learned that ginseng could save her. As he spoke, he began crying louder, wiping away tears of supposed filial affection. Byung, standing behind him, marveled at his acting, though she couldn't help but recall how healthy Warren's mother had been when they left. She silently wondered why their young clan leader would resort to such an elaborate lie. To their astonishment, Dukgong was deeply moved by Warren's performance. Overcome with emotion, he praised Warren as a model of filial piety and declared that he was touched by the young man's devotion to his parents. With tears streaming down his own face, Dukgong rushed off, announcing that they must find wild ginseng immediately. Warren, satisfied with his success, smiled as his three companions stood frozen in disbelief at the scene they had just witnessed. The scene shifted to the mountains, where Byong, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, was astonished to realize that Warren's search for ginseng was serious. She turned to look at him and saw him desperately scouring the area. Noticing Byong slowing down, Warren reminded her firmly to keep searching and not just stand idly. His gaze was resolute as he mentioned needing to find the yin-yang depth but quickly corrected himself, substituting it with ginseng for his mother. Seeing the determination on his face, the three subordinates resumed their search with equal diligence. By the time the sun began to set behind the mountains, Dukgong, exhausted from a full day of searching, announced they would have to stop for the day. The group, weary and covered in dirt and plants, returned to Dukgong's house. Wiping his sweat, Warren thought to himself that knowing the future didn't guarantee achieving everything easily. Feeling the weight of his task, he lamented how difficult it was proving to be. Dukgong turned to Warren, assuring him that he would send the ginseng to his location once he found some, asking where Warren was staying. Remembering that Warren mentioned being from the Tianzhong clan of Henan, Dukgong inquired if he should send it there. Warren clasped his hands, thanked Dukgong, and agreed, then gazed toward the setting sun. Suddenly, he apologized, expressing his desire to stay a few more days to continue searching for ginseng and asking if he could remain at the house. Later, inside the straw house, Warren meditated, his body surrounded by a menacing red and black aura. He thought about searching the places Dukgong frequented, confident he would find clues related to the tome there. What a relief it was, he mused, knowing the right leads. Without them, he wasn't sure how long it would take. He paused his practice and stepped outside, coincidentally meeting Dukgong. Bowing in greeting, the two sat together in front of the house. Dukgong asked if Warren wanted to hike with him, but Warren politely declined, stating he would continue searching on his own. Dukgong smiled lightly, saying he could do as he wished, and the atmosphere turned quiet. Breaking the silence, Warren asked about Kyeolryung's whereabouts. At that moment, Kyeolryung appeared holding a white cat, but his expression was filled with fear. Alarmed, Dukgong asked if something had happened, wondering if he had encountered a tiger. Kyeolryung explained that he had been out hunting with Baekseal when some people tried to capture the cat, forcing him to flee. Dukgong, visibly worried, remarked that if martial artists climbing Mount Wodong had targeted Baekseal, it must mean they had realized the cat was a mystic animal. Suddenly, a group of people appeared, shouting that they had found their target. A girl in the group, around Kyeolryung's age, commented on how fast he had run. Addressing Kyeolryung, she asked if he owned the cat and suggested he sell it to her. Kyeolryung firmly refused, declaring that Baekseal was not for sale. Annoyed, the girl demanded an explanation and offered a handsome sum in exchange. Despite her insistence, Kyeolryung resolutely rejected the offer, his voice loud enough to draw the attention of Warren's subordinates, who watched the scene curiously. The two groups faced off as Kyeolryung shielded Baekseal behind him. Dukgong stepped forward, apologizing and explaining that Baekseal was like family and not something they could sell. The girl, speaking loftily, warned Dukgong that others would have taken the cat by force and told him to count himself lucky it was her making the offer. She urged him to hand over the cat. Watching her haughty behavior, Warren thought she was arrogant but also reminiscent of his former self. Stepping forward in front of Dukgong, he politely spoke, stating that it was wrong to demand something after it had been clearly refused. However, one of the girl's subordinates, wielding a sword, blocked Warren's path and arrogantly ordered him to step back, asking if he even knew who they were. Maintaining a calm expression, Warren inquired about their identity. The large man introduced himself as a member of the Jaegal clan, revealing that the girl was the youngest daughter of the clan head. Realizing this, Warren was surprised to deduce that she must be Jaegal Yohi, the younger sister of his fiancée, Jaegal Changyang. Warren figures out why a mere bodyguard was acting so bold. Instead of fighting, he greets them with respect, telling them that it's an honor to meet the lady of the Jaegal clan. This ugly one-chapter character wants some screen time, so he starts beefing with our chat, asking him where he is from. All of a sudden Jungwook barges into the scene, telling him that for a mere guard he is being too bold, since he is Noah's. He bumps into his head, about to reveal their status. Warren tells him to stop and just says that they are visitors of Mount Wodong. As they come face to face, this little turd says that she does not wish to talk to someone that is not willing to reveal their affiliation. She moves on to Kyeolryung, telling him that he has two options. Getting close to him, she tells him that he can either take the money and hand over the cat, or she will take it from him by force. As she approaches the cat, our Chad call him over, telling him that he will distract them for the time being, so he should just throw the cat in the air. Kyeolryung closes his eyes. Our Chad intrudes, telling her that there is a third option. Hearing this, she gets angry, which is clearly visible in her eyes. While she was distracted, he throws Bakesell on the air, telling it to run away. The cat is clearly shocked, seeing just what is happening. Following the orders, he instantly runs away. The girl gets pissed, cursing our Chad. In response, our Chad explains the third option, that if the cat runs away, all she has to do is catch it. If she does this, Kyeolryung will not be able to complain. As for her, she is having a hard time controlling her anger. She orders her minions to go capture the cat. Immediately they chase after him without wasting a second. Warren points in Kyeolryung, telling him that their plan has succeeded. In the evening, all these turds return, telling the mini turd that they have lost it. She barks, telling them that the warriors of her clan couldn't even catch a single cat. They tells her that by no means is it a normal cat, but undoubtedly a mystic animal. She tells them that she will go to the Wudong sect, so they will capture it and bring it back. Byang tells Warren that if she is the youngest daughter of the Jaegal clan, then she must be Jaegal Yohee. Because of her behavior, she is called the Jaegal witch, but oh, don't care, all I want is Byang and our Chad mingling together. However, one thing that stands out is that she is someone who has surpassed the other geniuses in her clan to become a vice division leader. So Warren suggests that it would be better for them to hide their identities for the time being, since they don't know how she will react. And there is something they still need to find on Mount Wudong. They are getting close to each other. Guess the author is feeding my delusional mind. Warren notices that Kyeolryung is very sad, so he approaches him and asks him if he is worried because of Bakesell. Top cheer him up. Our Chad tells him not to worry since our kitty is very fast. Looking from far, our waifu looks at the interaction and thinks that our Chad has really changed. At night, in return for helping him, Old Man brewed 2 huge jugs of wine that he brewed with medicinal herbs. They refuse, telling him that it's not needed, but steal the jugs, gulping the wine like starving dogs getting a juicy bone. Byung observes their behavior and leaves. As she continues her walk, something grabs her attention. Under the moonlit sky, our Chad is facing Kyeolryung. Observing them, she notices that Kyeolryung has a good stance, so he must have learned martial arts. As he charges towards our Chad, he remains calm, not making any unnecessary movements. As their sticks collide, Kyeolryung loses horribly, but Byung gets shocked to see just what has happened. Although it was a quick fight, she noticed that Warren had to use the azure bamboo sword on a mere branch to defend herself. Although many say geniuses grow in incredible speeds, this is extraordinary. In the morning, Warren wakes up to see the little turd in front of him. He notices that she doesn't have the cat and proceeds to say good morning to her. With a pissed look, she tells him that she will get the cat no matter what. Our Chad, with a straight face, asks her why she is not continuing the search. She tells him that she has duties to fulfill, however she will come to catch that cat again in the future. As she leaves, our bully tells her to take care. She turns around to ask our Chad which sect he is from. Warren tells her that he is from a small sect that she would never know about. With a frustrated look, she leaves the scene, and our Chad hopes that he would not run into her at the Jaegal clan. Moving to her, she is pissed because he is lying to her till the end. She is not dumb, because there is no way a small sect could have that much chi. Aside from our Chad, who has a huge chi pool, even his companion seems quite formidable. If she were to see Byung fight, she would probably die in shock. She orders her guards to investigate all of them and tell them to find out where they are from, even their family background and what martial arts they use. Hearing these words, everyone present barks, following the words of their master. At Mount Wudong, we see our Chad walking around the forest. He roams around until he finds a pond. Walking across, he reaches the top of Mount Wudong. Watching across, he sees the entire area. Thinking about it, he thinks that the sun sets and another day will pass. He thinks that he cannot stay at this place forever, and at this point he has given up. He meets his peers and tells them to listen to him carefully. He tells them that they will leave completely as soon as the preparations are complete. The turds think their muscles have been stiff for long. As for our waifu with Grace, she says that she will pack her things. As they go inside, our Chad sees them. From behind, someone is approaching him fast. It's Ryung. He is asking our Chad for help. Our boy tells him to catch his breath since he ran continuously. Crying out loud, he tells out Chad that Baekseal must have gotten hurt, as he shows him his fur covered in blood. Warren thinks it has gone too much since they have chased the cat continuously, it has now gotten injured. Ryung elaborates that by this time Baekseal should have retuned, since he is nowhere to be seen, he must have gotten hurt. Our Chad was about to leave, but this is too much, so he grits his teeth and asks Ryung where Baekseal's territory might be. Ryung is confused for the first time, so Warren asks him where he met Kitty for the first time. Hearing this out, he says that he knows what he means, so our Chad decides to help him out. He tells Ryung that since Baekseal is like family to him, he will naturally help him out. Using his aerial arts, our Chad storms through the forest, not wasting a single minute. Ryung points out the location and they reach a mountain. Looking down, Warren is shocked that his hideout is all the way down there. Going down, they start calling for him until Ryung cries, showing our Kitty's blood and fur. Looking at the signs, our Chad thinks that given the signs he must be very close. As they continue searching, calling for his name, our Chad assures him that the traces mean our Kitty is around here. So they should look a little longer, but when something grabs his attention, a huge boulder blocking the entrance. Getting close to the boulder and analyzing it, our Chad feels a breeze and thinks that there is an opening behind the boulder. He tries to flex and thinks of lifting the boulder. He tries using all his strength, but it won't budge. This is embarrassing to him, so he figures it out that he cannot move with the amount of chi he has. He thinks of getting the help of Bion or the two muscle heads. Ryung finds a hole, shocking our boy. To keep his pride, our Chad tells him that because of his efforts it made a crack. But Ryung breaks his bubble, telling him that the crack has always been there. Hearing this, it shatters the little pride Warren had left. Ryung thinks that Baekseal might have passed through it. Since it is dangerous, our Chad goes in to check it out. After going inside, he is shocked that it's so spacious here. Moreover, it's amazing that there is such a large chamber behind this boulder. A sudden bright light appears. It is so bright that he cannot see anything, but after adjusting to it he can see a man. As the light fades away, he sees the symbol of Yin and Yang symbol. In a matter of seconds he finds out that the dead man is the sage Zhang Sanfeng. He cannot believe that he found out the Yin-Yang depth heaven tome in such a place. Warren notices a trail of blood and sees Baekseal resting, all covered in blood. Our Chad is flabbergasted because he found the cat and even the Yin-Yang martial art. Outside, Ryung is nervous, wishing their well-being. Ryung hears a noise and the next second a head gets out. Seeing the head, he gets scared and slowly and steadily a figure comes out. As tears drips from Ryung's eyes, he sees our Chad holding Kitty, shouting out his name loud and clear. This chapter is still not available on internet, so enjoy and drop a comment. Warren hands Baekseal to Ryung. Seeing his condition, he starts crying because he has no strength left. As he continues to cry, our Chad remains silent, turning around. He looks at the martial manual he discovered inside the cave. Now we move on to what happened inside the cave. After he discovered Baekseal, he grits his teeth in anger looking at his condition. He laughs at the situation and then moves on to Kitty, scolding him because Ryung is very worried about him. After taking a close look, he has relived that it's not a serious injury, so it can easily be treated. Afterwards, he shifts his attention to the mediating figure. He thinks that Baekseal is probably raised by the martial master. He picks up his Kitty and tells him that he needs to get him treated first and then he can come look around this place. All of a sudden the figure starts radiating light again, the figure slowly starting to disappear. Seeing this, he rushes towards the figure to discover a martial art. Moving to the present, he looks at the martial manual, thinking to himself. He thinks it is fate that he followed Baekseal. If he didn't, he would never be able to discover this secret place. If this was in the past, he would never have the heart to help a child in dire. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Thinking to himself that things have changed, expecting more things to change in the future. His sect was not destroyed and will instead become one of the strongest sect in Henan. Moreover, his family is living happily without any changes. So no matter what happens, he will make this happen. After some time, Kitty is all patched up. Ryung continues to cry. His grandfather tells him that it was not a serious injury and it will heal very fast. Our Chad comes outside after delivering Kitty to its owner, just to find his raging waifu ready to beat him to a pulp. telling him what took him so long as they have been waiting for too long. He apologizes to Byung, telling her that Baekseal was injured, so he was anxious and went out to look for him. She tells him that he should at least let them know before taking action. He tells her that they can really leave now, since he found Kitty and got what he wanted. Byung with a straight face tells him that they are fully prepared, but she wants to know what he meant by getting what he wanted. Asking him if he really found the ginseng, turning around tells her that he didn't find the ginseng but something more important than it. She is baffled because it's hard to find anything more valuable than ginseng. He gets into his acting mode, glazing himself and telling them that he has gotten the future. Everyone present gets shocked by his reply as he takes him leave to get dressed. After getting dressed, he tells Old Man that he owes him a lot and it's time to take his leave. Kyeolryung asks him if he is really going to leave, wherein tells Kyeolryung that if he ever needs help or wants to find him. He takes out a sign telling him that if takes this and goes to Hanan, he can find Archad and he will help him out in any way possible. Hearing this, Kiddo gets shy as he nods his head. Wherein turns around bidding them farewell. As he leaves, Old Man tells him that he has been nice to them, and they are just people who make a living by picking herbs. Yet not knowing who they are, Archad still helped them. He asks him if there is a particular reason. Archad thinks to himself that at first it was because he wanted something, but as he spent more time with them he grew attached to Kyeolryung. Archad tells him one word, telling him that it's because he looks just like him. Hearing this response, the Old Man is stunned. As they see each other, if Kyeolryung tells Archad to come and visit him soon. Byung asks him if he gave the jade emblem of the clan. Archad laughs, telling her that he has learned a lot from Kyeolryung, elaborating that he is more important than any pack. In a flashback, we see a young Manhwa introducing herself to Archad, telling him that she will be serving him from now onwards. She reintroduces, shouting and begging him to take her in. Hearing this, he gets shocked and then laughs, allowing her to serve him. As the pack continues their journey, Byung asks Archad what is it that is making him smile this much. Archad asks him if it looks like this. The Dumb Brothers tells Archad if they are heading to the Jaegal clan. Byung shouts, asking him that they were supposed to go meet his fiancée, but he is just going to pass by not visiting the Jaegal clan. Archad with a calm tone tells her that it's not the right time to see his fiancée and visit the Jaegal family. Jungwook thinks it would be best to visit them and inform that Archad has improved a lot. Suddenly the stench of blood surrounds the air, stunning all of them. As they march forward, the party see thousands of body. They are all lying in tomato sauce. Seeing this, Archad gets pissed. But he composes himself, telling them to not get involved in others' fights, so they straight away head home. Wherein turns his horse going the other way around, but he stops all of a sudden. Telling them that it seems like he cannot ignore the situation, because the dead body of one of them belongs to the Jaegal family. As the group rushes towards the sound, Byung can hear it clearly. After getting to a certain place, wherein tells them to leave their horses here and walk by foot. The brothers are ready, telling themselves that this is their second fight after the Blood Lion. Archad tells them that rather than going blindly, it's best they should look at the situation first. Jungwook thinks that it is a great idea, but then they come across a stockpile of corpses. Currently his sister-in-law and the guard is surrounded by mysterious people. He realizes that the person beside her is the young master of the Zhuge family. Wherein didn't see him in Wudong, so he must have joined them later onwards. One of the masked figure with a snake mask orders his minions to attack. Hearing this, they charge towards them, but they get saved as an old man takes the blow. The old man falls to the ground and little Shawty gets scared, calling the man uncle. She is scared as fear is clearly visible in her eyes. Wherein thinks that this a tough situation, then he moves to his crew and asks them who the people wearing white are from. Byung has no idea, and so does Namwook, so he thinks to himself that the identities of them is still unknown. Remembering their ornaments like the mask and the white robe, he figures out that this is clearly the white-green division. That is said to be the most cruel and perfect in the future. This event occurs after a man named Duk Sang obtains a pill of life from the green blood viper, a mythical creature, and ascends to the divine realm. Subsequently, he assembles a group with the green blood viper as their symbol. However, he is perplexed by their attachment to the Jaegal clan. Wherein believes that if he possessed any information about them, he could devise a solution. Upon witnessing the bloodbath, he becomes enraged, unable to control his fury. our Chad thinks to himself that he's foolish for obtaining the Taiji department Heaven Tome and the Poison Stone Flower. He intends to return home to complete his family's martial arts and alter the future. His eyes turn red, likely due to the new martial arts he's using. Moving to the masked snake, the main leader charges towards our Shawty. As he leaps in the air to stab her, before she can react, a figure steps in, blocking the attack and injuring the attacker. Seeing our Chad, she's shocked. He reveals his identity, telling her he's the young master of the Yong clan. Hearing this, the man pauses for a moment before commanding his minion to kill them. They try to attack our Chad, but instantly, his squad blocks all their attacks. The Zhuge clan turd asks our Chad if he's truly Yong wearing, and he's heard that he's too unwell to even move around. Everyone starts talking, and our Chad tells them to keep quiet since now isn't a time for conversation. The kid wonders to himself how he's changed so much in a year. The snake turd asks our Chad who he is. Like a savage, he tells him they might be people who happen to pass by. The snake turd thinks for a moment and tells our Chad it doesn't matter and that they'll all die here. Warren is in a tough situation, and they can't win against them head-on. They don't have the numbers advantage over them, but the J-Gals can no longer fight. He needs to ensure everyone gets out of this alive. Byung tells our Chad she'll fight, but the turd angers our Chad. He tells him he was acting all confident, yet now he's gonna hide behind some woman. Hearing this, our Chad gets angry and tells him he'll fight him head-on. The man thinks they're all a bunch of young fools as our Chad charges towards him. Byung gets stopped by Namwook, who tells her that the old young masters are gone, so it's best to watch what he does. He charges towards the turd with anger, cursing him a man. Seeing this, he thinks he might not have truly changed. The man believes it's an easy fight as their swords collide. The man tells our Chad if this is what it takes to make him this mad. However, our Chad is incredibly focused on defeating him, closing the distance and successfully misbalancing the snake. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he lands a lethal swift blow, instantly cutting off one of his fingers. Seeing this, everyone is shocked, even the snake himself. Warren is furious because he wanted to cut off an arm, but he managed to minimize the damage sustained by swinging his arm around even with his vision obscured. However, he then smiles, thinking to himself that he has achieved his goal. Byung is so worried that she wants to rush over, but again, one of the brothers stops her, telling Byung to wait around. As our Chad comes face to face with the snake, he tells him that what he needs is a moment of advantage. From now on, it will be a game of luck. He stares him with a dominating look, shocking the snake by telling him to inform squad leader Duk Sang that he himself is from the Hidden Saint cult. From afar, Warren's accompanies are thinking to themselves. Junwook tells Byung that our Chad is probably saying something, but he cannot tell what he is saying. Byung figures out that he is using the sound transmission technique. Realizing this, she is shocked because it's not an easy skill to learn. Moreover, she cannot figure out when he managed to learn this. Moving to our Chad, he tells Snake Turd that if he tells him all this he will forgive him, telling him to leave. The man grits his teeth in anger, telling him how can he know their squad leader's name, questioning who he is. Our Chad is in a tight spot because he is still doubting him despite the fact that he knows the name of their squad leader. Warren takes a second to think, but he does not have that luxury as man hold his sword, telling him to tell him everything clearly. Warren starts telling him that 5 years ago, when the Hidden Saint cult was eradicated by the 3 demonic heavens, he was one of the people present there. Warren asks the turd as he is not one of the people that are trying to revive the cult. Our Chad boldly declares that he is a man from the Hidden Saint cult. The turd gets closer to our Chad, ready to attack him, but stops the sword at our Chad's neck. Seeing this, his accomplices call for his safety. The man finds it hard to believe that our Chad, who is barely 20 years old, yet he knows the name of the squad leader, as well as about the Hidden Saint cult. The man finds it very hard to believe, but he will believe our Chad if he can answer just one of his questions, asking him which heaven of the Hidden Saint cult he belongs to. Hearing this, our Chad doesn't make an expression because currently the turd is testing him. According to what he knows from the future, the Hidden Saint cult right now is a union of 3 groups rather than a single unified group. The Sun Saint cult, which pursues power over anything else. Then there is the Moon Saint cult, which pursues religion, and the Hidden Saint cult, which mediates the group. However, it is not known which group the Green Blood Viper belongs to. It would not be likely for the Hidden Saint cult and the Moon Saint cult to make an assassin organization. So it makes more sense if the Sun Saint cult did such a thing. But he cannot cancel out the possibility that the Moon Saint cult or the Hidden Saint cult cannot create one. This is all a gamble, but it is all he has always done, which is best to put his money on which is the most likely bet. With a bold face our Chad tells him that he is from the Sun Saint cult. The man remains quiet, then orders his crew to take their leave. After they leave our Chad remains quiet, then blood starts gushing out from his mouth. It was caused by an internal injury from the strike earlier. As Byong rushes towards him, his consciousness starts to fade. Later that day at the evening, Warren wakes up from his sleep, as he overhears people telling everyone to hurry up their work. Everyone is done cleaning the body while our Chad observes without spilling anything. That's when he sees his sister-in-law worrying about something, then she proceeds to hand our Chad something. She tells him that this is her clan's healing medicine that will heal his internal injuries. Our Chad tells him that it is fine since she didn't expect something in return. She remained quiet, then she turns around telling our Chad if he is going to consume it after she begs him. As she gets further away with a low tone she thanks him. Seeing this our Chad gets shocked, then he smiles silently. Byong gets close to our Chad and tells him that she didn't know our little shawty had a cute side to her. She explains that the medicine is a rare medicine given to the direct lineage of the Yahello clan. She didn't expect that he would give it to him. Warren tells her to make her presence more obvious, telling her that he was scared. Instead of listening to her, she shouts at him telling him that she was scared. That he was completely out of her mind when he ran to the assassins. With a nervous tone he tells her that he was just trying to save everyone. She gets close to him, putting her head on his shoulder, asking Warren why he changed so much. Warren gets shocked as she tells him that in just a few months ago, he resented the world and himself. He lived every day like hell, and that was the kind of person she was aware of. But today he risked his life for everyone. She is so impressed and proud of him. But she is curious why she is pushing himself to do all this. As memories of the past and the recent events cloud his mind, he tells her that he is just doing his best. After cleaning the bodies and given respect to them, the party now bigger set forth guarding a carriage. As Warren and the Zhuge clan heir lead the crowd, he thanks our Chad for accompanying them to the clan. Since currently they lack people with the ability to fight. If the assassins were to strike again they would be in serious trouble. Warren tells Hai that it is not a big deal since he is heading to the Yahello clan himself. The man laughs, telling him if he is going there to meet Qianyang, his fiancée. Hearing this, little Shotty opens the carriage's window, asking our Chad why he likes her so much. Asking if it is because she is very strong. Or because she is extremely beautiful. Hearing this, Warren remains quiet. As for Byong, she clearly seems pissed. Warren changes the conversation, asking the man if he can answer something for him. The man tells him to ask him right away. So our Chad without a doubt asks him why the assassins were attacking the Yahello clan. Hearing this, both the Shotty and the man get shocked, with fear clearly visible in their eyes. Warren further tells them that the Yahello clan is undoubtedly one of the largest clan, and this place is the Yahello clan's front yard. As our Chad continues to wonder, Shotty tells him that it was just a coincidence, but the man stops her, telling her that it is a coincidence. Since he saved their lives, he deserves to know the real reason. They are not entirely sure, but the assassins might be trying to kidnap Yohi. Hearing this, she remains quiet. As for Warren, he asks her what this has to do with her. The man tells our Chad when they killed the guards there was no hesitation, but when it comes to Yohi they didn't harm her in any way. But one thing that is clear is that there is a group bearing bad intentions against their clan. Warren thinks that if they want to kidnap her there must be something they want in return. The man remains quiet because he is aware that someone has been targeting their clan. But this incident crossed all boundaries. With a serious tone he wonders if this is because an information unknown to us was leaked. As soon as they reach the Yahello clan, bustling noises as they enter the Yahello clan. As they enter the main residences, our Chad thinks to himself that after a very long time he is going to see her again, his fiancée Qianyang. In his past life the marriage between Qianyang and our Chad had been arranged before their birth. But they were living two completely different lives. He was someone who was always ill and she was the one who chased martial arts. As such they slowly grew further and further away from her. Until finally something happened, but before he could recall this, A voice grabs his attention, telling our Chad to go and meet the clan leader. Warren tells his group to rest and soon he will join them. After entering the main hall, our Chad introduces himself, but before he could finish, the leader rushes towards him and starts laughing. He is really shocked to see what is going on. He is very happy because our Chad looks happy, which is the polar opposite of the last time he saw him. This man is the leader of the Jagal clan, the heaven-ruling sword Jagal Chiak. It has been a long time and he asks how our Chad's father is doing. Warren tells him that his family is doing great and he has sent his regards. The leader then inspects our Chad's body, telling him that he has great physique, so he must be training in martial art. He, with a smirk on his face, tells our Chad seeing his current self, his daughter will be very happy. Our Chad brushes off his question, as old man tells him that he has taken too much of his time. He says that he shouldn't have taken this much time considering there is someone waiting for him. As our Chad was taking his leave, the leader tells our Chad they have another guest who has arrived, and since they are of similar age it might not be a bad idea to have a conversation. Warren says that he will keep this in mind. As he takes his leave, the atmosphere of the room turns dark. Old man gets serious, asking the man what had happened. As Warren leaves the main hall, he wonders that he has met the clan leader and all that is left is to meet his fiancée. As he approaches the yard, he notices two men conversing. The man insists on meeting someone, but the guard denies him entry. Taking a closer look, the man instantly recognizes our Chad. This turd turns to our Chad and makes a look as if he is superior to our Chad. The man leads his hand, introducing himself as someone from the Songchun clan. As if we care, we will call him Minion. Warren, after taking another look, figures out that he is the guest. Our Chad asks him if he is here to see Chong Young. As expected, the man says he arrived here first. As our Chad grips his hands, he tells him that he has heard many things about his clan. Then moves on to telling him that he is here to meet the lady that is fiancée even before he was born. Hearing this, the man gets poised, telling our Chad that he has heard news that he has rather been sick. Before he could finish, a man asks them if they are here to meet Chong Young, and she is probably in the courtyard right now. As they were approaching the courtyard, a sword flies past them that they barely manage to dodge. Warren gets shocked when he sees her facing a guard. The man loses the fight and she sheathes her sword, finding it extremely boring, looking aloof. This part starts in the future where a bunch of ants for no reason are shouting the name of the Snowblossom Blade. What do they think this is, a weekend concert? One turd shouts that the Snowblossom Blade of someplace has returned with the head of a demonic human. One simps tells the other one that it's hard to believe that the Jagal clan produced such a prodigy, and even heard rumors that she is crazy about martial arts. Then one of them says that her name was Jagal Chian Young. Still, I prefer the red-haired baddie. From afar, someone else was spotting her. It was no one other than our Chad. As he continued to stare her like crazy, she noticed him looking his way. As they continue to stare at each other, we move to the future. On the present, she is sparring with a side character, as our boy tells us, the viewers, that thanks to the efforts she put into training, she received her flashy title. As such, in the future, she became one of the 3 strongest female martial artists at the age of 40. Looking at her current condition, she has surpassed our Chad in term of swordsmanship. The senior simps runs to her like a dog, calling her name. He greets her, telling her that it's been a while, but she remains quiet until she asks him why he is coming here so often. The simps tells her that it's because he wanted to see her. Hearing this, she tells him to stop this drama, since she already has a fiancé, and just compare faces for once, dude looks like a malnourished Dwayne Johnson with hair. She notices that someone else is waiting for her. Realizing that it is our Chad, she gets happy, rushing towards him. Standing face to face with him, she asks him if he really is our Chad. Warren greets her, telling her that it's been a while. She asks him how he is here and if he is healthy now. Our Chad happily tells her that he has recovered recently and currently he is touring the lands. He just stopped by the clan to see her. She remains quiet for a second, then asks him if he is going to stay for a few days. R gets taken aback by the question, then smiles, telling her that he intends to leave early morning tomorrow, and they proceeds to say that he is here just to see her. As they remain quiet for a few seconds, he tries to tell her something, but for some reason he tells her that he will talk about this tomorrow, and tells her to finish her training. As she remains quiet, our Chad takes his leave. Meanwhile, the simp is boiling with anger. Now what he will spout the dialogue, you are courting death. At night, as our Chad was minding his own business, a busybody came in front of his room. And with no manners, this turd enters the room. Our Chad, not paying attention, asks the ugly simp what it is that he wants to talk about. As the ugly simp sat across our Chad. After waiting for a few seconds, he tells our boy that he is in love with Yong. Our Chad gracefully tells him that his words are very bold. But this trash gets even more pissed, asking him if he really wants to marry her. Dude thinks he has an opinion, but he is just a 2-chapter character. Our Chad realized that he has no manner, but this retard laughs instead. Telling our boy that our second waifu loves martial arts, as a result she seeks power, even if she did that is none of your business. Then he gets up showing his strength, telling our Chad that he is weaker than him. According to this logic, if an old uncle is stronger than he can gets his girl, if I continue speaking you guys will leave. He brags how he has been making a name for himself, but I will skip his blabbering, it's trash anyways and boring as well. He degrades our Chad, calling him a deadbeat because he just recovered recently. Since our Chad is matured, he remains quiet. Meanwhile, this trash continues to blabber that our Chad doesn't love her and whatnot. Hearing this, our Chad gives him a cold stare. Seeing this, he gets back. Pushing his ugly hands away, our Chad tells him that if he is done blabbering, he can take his leave, since he has no time to waste on him. This pisses him off even more. He has a bottle with some dark fluid behind him, don't know what he is going to do with this. As he prepares to leave, he tells our Chad he is going to regret this. Our Chad thinks to himself that judging from his eyes, this turd is going to create a lot of problems. So he might really have to use the secret manual faster than he has expected. All of a sudden, another busybody enters the room. This pisses off our Chad until he sees that it's Yohi all dressed up. Seeing her in this attire, he gets shocked, asking her what brings her here. She gets polite, asking him that she heard that he is going to leave tomorrow. Our Chad thinks to himself that now she looks like a proper lady. Smiling, he thinks it's funny that he saw a completely different side of her in Mount Wudong. Our Chad tells her that a longer stay might interfere with Yong's training and he has matters to attend at home. She unrests our Chad, then take a 180, asking him if he is really going to marry his sister. She gets red. What is happening? Is dude going to bag 2 sisters? Our Chad is exhausted because everyone is interested in his marriage. The next day, in front of the gate, everyone is here to bid had farewell. They wanted our Chad to stay a few more days, but he cannot. He has given his greeting to his fiancée, now he is going to take his leave. The guide tells Yong that it is quite disappointing. Our Chad asks his fiancée if they can talk privately for a moment, but a busybody starts barking. It's that Simpson. Without saying anything, he formally introduces himself and then requests a duel with our Chad. We are back with another part. Don't comment short tell that to the makers. Why are the chapters so small? As the ugly Barbie stands face to face with our Chad, hearing this, Yohi and the assistant is shocked, but waifu remains quiet, not reacting. Then she tells the turd that he really is shameless. Guess she forgot the word ugly. With a cold stare, she tells him that he is stupid because he is asking a duel with someone who has just recovered. If she truly wishes to fight, then he should act properly and pick a date ahead of time. This nobody thinks he is cool. I guess you guys are getting annoyed like me. He smirks, telling her that how can it be shameful to challenge a heir of a martial clan to a duel. Then this nobody boasts that he was merely trying to witness the renowned soaring dragon emperor of the Tianzhong clan. He then comes up with an excuse that since our Chad was leaving, so he had to grab this opportunity and do so, otherwise. He thinks, behaves politely, asking our Chad if he will accept it. Warren looks left and then right, noticing how the crowd is discussing about what is happening. Our Chad realizes that he is trying to humiliate our Chad, but what can you guys expect from a 5-character chapter? Our Chad has realized that his body has yet to fully recover, but he cannot stand back as he looks at his group. The 2 muscleheads are super confident. As for Byung, she is worried. Namwook, from his expression, tells her that he should show him clearly that his sword has recovered. Our Chad laughs, then asks Byung if she is not going to stop him from turning him down. She tells him that he has yet to recover from his injuries after fighting the assassins. This is what she wanted to say, but she gets closer to him and with a confident face tells him that she knows he will accept the duel anyways. She comes forwards that she is aware that what he will do is best for the Tianzhong clan. As a member of the clan, she will gladly follow the path he walks. Okay, enough yapping, wife her up right now, since she believes that he will accept the duel and win. Hearing all this, Warren gets shocked, Then he remembers the moment that has and thinks that she might have changed a little. Hearing all this, Warren smiles and tells the turd that as the heir of his clan he will gladly accept the duel. As they get to the arena, surrounded by the crowd, Yohi tells them that this is a friendly duel and they may use chi, but lethal moves are completely forbidden. If one loses the grip on their sword or if the sword break, they will lose the duel. Additionally, the destruction of one's sword due to the inability to endure more chi shall also count as loss. The turd thinks that the situation is advantageous to him, since our Chad is barely able to manipulate chi due to his internal injuries, so this nobody thinks that he will take his time and play with her. Warren speaks, telling her that a duel is boring on its own, so there should be wager. This take aback the turd, and our Chad tells him that the loser will never step foot again. Hearing this, the trash excited immediately agreeing to the offer. Then starts to shout that our Chad won't be able to come to the Gal clan again. Warren laughs, telling him that a wager must be honored. Hearing all this, Yohi gets shocked, thinking that it was a smart move, since if our Chad wins, the turd cannot enter the clan again, but if he loses he will still be with Yong, so it's not a problem. It's impressive since our Chad thought of such a plan in such a short amount. The assistant tells both of them to take their places. As they stand face, the useless crowd starts jumping around left and right. Yohi asks the assistant who might win, and since Warren took down the mysterious assassin, it should be his win. The man tells her that it might not be the case since it's likely that our Chad will lose. He says that although our Chad has bright future, he is likely to lose the duel. Not only is he injured, he is facing a strong opponent. Sorry to say this, but this guy looks more like a TikTok cosplayer than a villain to me. He has a flashy name and his sword is like a dragon's cry when he uses his bright blue aura. This sounds so cheesy when dude has such a slappable face. Although he has a bad attitude, he has a few years of experience and his skills are on par with rookies from the most elite sections. If they were to duel, our Chad is the one that is likely to lose. Enough yapping for a 2D character when he has no idea of plot armor. Although he asks for the girl's opinions, he remains quite guess she is on drugs or something. What kind of dead reactions are these? The trash introduces himself, but you guys don't need to know about it. As they stand face to face, our Chad introduces himself. After a short silence, this yapper says that he has always wonders why the Tianzhong clan was known as a dragon clan, since there is nothing more than worms now. Hearing this, our Chad gets angry, telling him that he will show him what he really is. As they stand face to face with each other, taking their swords out, as the signal goes of, they rush towards each other instantly, facing each other face to face, as they are both equally matched. As their swords collide, the overconfident turd smirks as if he is something big. He lands multiple strikes aimed towards our Chad, as they were about to hit our Chad. He uses a martial art that lets us see the trajectory of attacks. With the help of this technique, he barely manages to dodge every single one of the fatal strikes. Seeing this, the turd gets disappointed as he charges towards our Chad, telling him that it is going to be fun. Warren gets overwhelmed as he continues to land multiple attacks in a matter of seconds. As he aims for his neck, Warren manages to dodge this and blocks the blow that comes after this. The turd cannot believe that our Chad managed to block all of his attacks. He guesses that his movement is as if he can see the trajectory of attacks. According to our Chad, he can see the trajectories. Because of this, he was able to block all of attacks. This level is the insight one gains when she begins to affect one's eyes. It is a level he shouldn't be at, yet he is able to use it, guessing it might also be because of the old man. The trash mocks our Chad, telling him that he is as fast as rat. As for our guy, he is still catching his breath because of the injuries, and a technique beyond his limits. The confident turd stops, telling our boy if he can block this as well. His sword gets laced with a blue aura so bright that it engulfs the entire arena. He is using the mighty Azure Cloud sword. Even Warren is shocked just by the release of the technique. Ugly Mutt tells our Chad to come at him with everything he has. Hearing this, Warren releases his aura and vanishes instantly. As the turd uses the Azure sword, our Chad uses the Soaring Dragon Emperor sword. As their swords come in contact, it causes huge vibration all over the arena. However, Warren has been grazed. Seeing this, the trash starts mocking the Tianzhong clan, saying if this is all it amounts to. Warren takes the attack head on, and this nameless Barbie uses his secret move. As the dust settles, we can see Warren injured and barely holding his ground. Everyone in the arena is shocked by what is happening. The turd has gone crazy because he intended to take one arm, but our Chad even blocks that secret move of their clan. wherein Raps uses a piece of cloth to wrap his hand around his sword, telling the trash to charge towards him. Hearing this, the nobody acts up, telling our Chad that he has never liked him from the start. Ikaju has been acting as if he knows it all. What kind of hypocrisy is this? He says that he had thought of punching our Chad, but now he will just crush him as he uses all of his powers. Yohi says that this is no ordinary duel anymore and needs to be stopped. As she tells them to stop this, the mad waifu continues to watch the battle in awe. As he faces the attack head on, our Chad says that he has been lying to himself all this time. He has been acting calm in the face of death and even pretending to know the future. And he is not even a saint since he stole a child's future. As he gets ready to face the attack, not backing down, he sees the weak point of his attack, which is the center of the force. He says that he might not be a saint, but he will try his hardest and not run away. Wherein sword glows bright golden as he says that he shall walk the path from now onwards. The useless character gets angry for the I don't know how many time. As he launches this cheaper version of the spirit bomb, our Chad says he will show him why his clan is known as the Clan of Dragons. He uses a move and the entire world becomes black and white. A small fish slowly grows to become a huge fish and finally turns into a dragon, which is the intent of his sword. The attack has escalated so much that everyone is having a hard time holding their ground. Xianyang unsheathes her sword if things go otherwise. From the huge pool of blue aura, a black golden aura emerges, and slowly the small spark transforms into a huge black dragon. It's so fascinating that everyone is in awestruck, as Warren tells this turd that he will show him why their clan is called the Clan of Dragons. As our Chad launches his attack, they both give it their all, but our Chad's black aura starts eating away the blue aura of the turd. The turd is shocked because our Chad is engulfing his blue aura, as he was getting overwhelmed. A hand grabs onto the energy, dissipating it instantly. It's done by no one other than the clan leader. The old man laughs, telling that he has no choice but to intervene. He says that it was a great duel, but it ends here. He says that if it continued, someone would have died. Hearing this, the trash starts crying, telling him that he has won the match. If he hadn't intervened, he would have easily won the match. The old man gets pissed, telling him how he thinks like that, since he clearly remembers that if the sword fell or broke, it would be deemed a loss. This turd is in denial because all of this doesn't make any sense, so he says that it's a hex. Since he has to save face, he says that our Chad cheated, because in the beginning he was barely holding his ground due to his injury. But all of a sudden he had a sudden outburst of strength, accusing our Chad of using magic. Xianyang intervenes, telling him to have some shame and not be a common enemy. Telling this turd to leave her house right thus instant. Reminding of the bet they had made, as this trash starts getting death glares from everyone in the clan, he remains quiet. With that ugly face, he managed to survive 5 chapters. As he leaves the stage, the old man says that the turd's clan has fallen down if a child like him exists. The old man laughs, moving on to our Chad, telling him that it was a great fight. He says that he was really surprised by the outcome, since he just recovered, yet he has grown this strong already. That's why he had no choice but to intervene, because he cannot afford to pay homepage to the turd's family while fighting. Warren says that he is praising too much. That's when our Chad realizes that he is bleeding from his mouth. As he quickly starts to wipe it off, old man says that he cannot leave the house in this condition, so he must stay the night and leave tomorrow. He wants to talk to him more, but for now he should rest. As our Chad returns to his crew leaving the grounds, he laughs, telling that the Tianzhong clan has given birth to a real dragon. That's when he realizes something, that his hands are bleeding. He figures out that this happened when he tried to stop our Chad's attack. Just this fact excites him. He calls the guide, telling him that he has to start his plans sooner than he had expected. As the man agrees, the scene shifts to the night where our Chad is all bandaged, all while flexing his 8 packs. Looking around his body, the scars have increased a lot. That's when he hears a knock. As the person enters, it's no one other than our waifu. And she wants to have a conversation with him. At night, a figure enters our Chad's residence. It's no one other than our waifu Changyun. As she sits face to face with Warren, she notices his injuries and asks him if he is feeling well. Warren looks at his injuries and tells her that although he went overboard, he is doing all right. Hearing this, she remains quiet, putting our Chad in an awkward situation. Then she says that the turd was not an easy opponent. Hearing this, our Chad cannot understand what she is saying. She elaborates that their Might Azure Sword technique is a terrifying martial art that tears its opponents apart using overwhelming chi. Additionally, his martial powers certainly didn't lack, yet he still won. While injured no less, moreover, the martial art he used at the end, while it was similar to the Soaring Dragon Emperor sword, something was different about it, seeing how it was slowly devouring the opponent's energy. She thought he has learned a martial art of the Wudong sect. Warren is in a tough situation, not able to give her a proper answer. She says that it has not been long since he recovered. So she is curious how he progressed so fast. Our Chad thinks to himself that waifu was really obsessed with martial arts. As he thinks something and laughs. She wonders if she has talked too much. She then asks him that he wanted to say something to her. With a laughing face he tells her yes and says that after recovering and training in martial art, he has a new goal in mind, but becomes serious, saying that he might have had it from the start. That is to protect his clan and family. In order to do so he will do anything it takes. He laughs, telling her that she must have similar goals. As she remains quiet he says that her desire is to get stronger, and he hopes she will be more free in order to achieve her own goals. She cannot understand what he means, and he says that it is believed that he will become an exceptional artist. As such, he doesn't want to get in her way. Hearing this, she turns black, asking him if it's because of another woman. With grace, our Chad disagrees, telling her it's not the case, since they don't love each other. She loves martial arts while he loves his family and clan. That's why he wishes that she lives her life the way she truly wants. Hearing this, she remains quiet for a second, then tells him that she has a wish she would like to fulfill. This shocks our Chad as they move to some other place. Standing under the moonlit training ground, they are facing each other. Warren is surprised that she wanted to have a duel with him. As they get ready, she tells him that one can learn a lot just by clashing blades. They can learn about what the other person is thinking, as well as what they want to say. And this is her answer to it. Hearing this, our Chad laughs and says that he agrees to it. As they collided swords, not one of them is getting pushed back. After multiple exchanges, both of them are enjoying. They exchange multiple strikes and both of them actually seem to each other's company. As they continued to clash the moonlit floor, our Chad bids her farewell. The next day, as our Chad bids them farewell, Yohi is very angry and the rest of them are fine. As Warren was riding his horse, he turns to see Changyang watching him leave. As she looks at him and smiles, man, she looks human for the first time. As our Chad departs, we get a look around of the entire Jaegal clan, and on the training ground their swords are buried across each other. We move to an inn on the outskirts. Inside, the two turds are drinking while our couple watches them. Jungwook is drunk, asking our Chad when he trained so much, then asks him what were the moves he used. He tells his brother that the last one was undoubtedly the Soaring Dragon Emperor sword. Namwook tells him although it was the same technique, there was something different about it. Hearing this, our boy gets nervous, telling them that he has been with them all this time, so there is no way he could have practiced something on his own. Our Chad is also confused, telling him that it was indeed the Soaring Dragon Emperor sword. However, as soon as he ran out chi, the Taiji Heaven Arts interfered. The Soaring Dragon Emperor sword that suppresses the opponent with overwhelming force in the form of a blue dragon. Combined with the Taiji Heaven Arts together, they became a style that consumes the chi of the opponent to suppress them. Of course, the Jaegal clan had managed to stop it, but if he has greater mastery over the Taiji Depth Heaven Arts, it would have devoured even the Jaegal clan head's chi and grown to an uncontrollable size. Our Chad thinks to himself that if he combined the Soaring Dragon Emperor sword, the Azure Bamboo sword combined with the old man's chi. As he was deeply thinking about all this, Jungwook tells everyone that he has understood quite a bit. And awakened through the stool. As for Byung, she is staring right at our Chad, who is lost in a trance. In her mind, she thinks about all the events that have recently occurred with them, saying that the Tianzhong clan becoming the greatest clan in Hunan is a possibility. Man, oh man, I want our boy to wife her up. As she gobbles up her drink, she says that she must strive harder so as to not fall behind the young clan leader. No one would have believed this a few weeks ago. This drunk talkative turd says that no one would have thought that the young clan leader would defeat the flying blood demon and get the flower, as well as the azure cloud, and day by day he is growing. From above, someone was observing them, going back into a room. The man says he has something, while a mysterious figure is blabbering about sorcery and whatnot. The turd gone crazy as he scratches his fingernails on the table, all while blood is covering smeared all over the place. Seeing this, the man is nervous about what he should say. Moving back to our Chad squad, they are marching forward so fast that the horses have become tired. Seeing the horses in this condition, Byung tells him to slow down before the horses die out of exhaustion. Our Chad stops, telling her that he must be too eager to see his family. She tells him to calm down a little. She warns him, saying that if he rushes things too much, he might lose something more important. Warren tells him that he is right, shifting the topic. Telling them that there is a small spring there, so it's best to rest and feed the horses. As they were resting, our Chad without any rest starts training. As for the turds, they got right into drinking. Jungwook tells them that it seems like the young clan leader was preoccupied with martial arts. Which is a good thing, but this phase won't last forever, so missing this chance to break will hard to break the wall. As our Chad was meditating, he notices some energy fluctuations, and spots some enemies, telling them to reveal themselves. In a matter of seconds, hundreds of them appear themselves. Seeing the sheer amount, they get shocked. Byung thinks at first that they are bandits, but then realizes that no bandit group would have such a large amount of chi. They all get ready for battle as one of them asks them as they are the assassins they previously fought. Warren says these people don't seem to be same people. They aren't wearing the same masks either. But it's surprising that assassins can really have such an aura. This aura is something close to the orthodox. Among them, one of them with a scary aura, the man has gone crazy at the turd he fought back at the Jaegal clan. Seeing this, our Chad and squad has gone crazy as the crazy turd he has gone even more ugly. Welcome back, guys, to this long lost manhwa after a long hiatus. This part starts with the crazy turd releasing dark ominous aura. Looking at their weapons, Warren realizes that they are from the Songchun clan, and what worrying is that they are not even trying to hide their identity. Warren asks him if he is doing this because of what had happened at the Jaegal clan. He tells our Chad to keep quiet, stating that our Chad is clearly a demonic arts practitioner. Other might not be able to sense it, but he can, and he has come to slay our Chad. What a load of crap, as Moyoung tells Warren that looking at him he is not in his right mind. His mind is unstable, his veins are bulging, and his inner chi is in turmoil. He has clearly fallen into chi deviation. Warren tells him that he has clearly lost to him once and there is no point in them fighting. He starts laughing, saying he still doesn't understand the situation. They had poisoned the spring water as they realizes that their inner chi is not moving. What he did is lace the water with gentleman's poison. Warren thinks this is disgraceful, as threatening them was not enough, he also used poison, asking him how he had guts to call him an orthodox martial artist. This crazy turd tells him to shut up, saying that to slay a demon he would do far worse things. Telling Warren he has no idea how much pain he had to endure to reach this level of cultivation. He then starts shouting about how he has reached this level of cultivation not to lose to trash like Warren. Namwook says that the situation is not right since they have all drank from that spring. Judging from their approach of dozens of warriors and this turd in a state of chi deviation, they are clearly determined to kill them. Setting aside this turd, they still cannot win this battle without chi. They tell Warren that they are his guards, and as they move forwards they say that there is no way that he will die before them. Our Chad remains quiet for a moment and tells them no, telling himself that no one will die today. Before they can say anything, our Chad unlocks his demonic chi, which envelopes his dantian. As the turd continues to shout, our Chad is facing difficulty since this is the first time he has drawn out his own chi. His current chi is so domineering that it is equivalent to 60 years of chi. Even if he loses focus for a moment, this power will consume him. He commands his minions to attack our Chad, saying that their clan will personally purge the demon. As they charge towards him altogether, Warren thinks he needs to end this quickly and swinging his sword fast. He finishes multiple of them in a second. Before they can react, he has run around with super speed, finishing them as if he is cutting through butter. As he charges towards the turd, multiple minions come forth as they manage to dodge his charge and trap him in a formation. Inside the formation, Warren is having a hard time since it has slowed him down. The turd call our Chad weak and whatnot. Dude forgot it's literally a 1 versus 100. Although he can still hold it off, the demonic chi is slowly consuming him, so he has to shake it off right now. That's when he hears a voice and it's Moyoung getting hurt. Just seeing it, our Chad loses its mind. Charging towards them with extreme speed, but the entire squad of minions jump on top of him. And taking opportunity of this, the turd charged in the air, planning to end everything. But all of a sudden a red aura glows bright, as Heir uses the heavenly lightning ascension. Even from far the attack is clearly visible. Looking at it, Yong is shocked because it was definitely the heavenly lightning ascension. Even she can barely imitate the advanced sword art, so she cannot understand how he managed to pull it off. She asks the other if they are okay, and they can barely keep consciousness. As they get close, the chi is still bursting out from the place, and one of them says that the shockwave didn't reach them. Yong says that it is because Heir managed to control it just before the end. But currently he is still not moving an inch. As he wakes up, he finds himself in another place, shocked by what is happening. As he is in an empty world with water on the ground and everything else white. Our Chad forgot that he ended the battle and thinks that Yong and his two sidekicks are still fighting. The blue calm sea turns red all of a sudden and starts pulling him in the department of some demonic place, probably his inner demons. Moving to the other side, Yong thinks something is wrong and the person in front of them no longer their lord. She cannot understand what that is, but she just cannot move freely using the lord's body. Jungwook tell them there is nothing they can do since they cannot use their inner chi. Hearing this, Yong shouts, saying that they just cannot stand by. That when all of a sudden our Chad start moving, but it is as if someone is controlling him and getting closer to the turd. He charges his sword towards the half-dead turd. As for Heir, as he was sinking deep, a figure pushes him up, and it's Manhwa. That when Heir regains consciousness, only to find everyone jumping on top of him, trying to stop him. Yong tells him to not let himself be controlled by the power. She tells him that he must overcome it. He himself had said that he wanted to protect his family and make the Tianzhong clan the greatest sect of all. Heir regains his consciousness and tells Yong to seal his pressure point, as she does as he says. He instantly loses his consciousness, falling into her arms. The old man warns him, saying that the next time it won't this easily. The turds are glad that he regained his consciousness after all. Yong says that if she has struck the pressure points while he was still lost in deviation, his chi would have gone berserk and destroyed him. Jungwook says that he nearly lost his mind when our Chad tried to kill him, although he is insane. His clan belonged to the Orthodox faction if the news of his death reached their ears, but before he could finish, Yong gets up and goes towards the turd. They think she is looking for the antidote, but she tells them if they are still stuck on thought of getting an antidote. In a flash, without making any reaction, she finishes off the turd, shocking the turds. One of them asks her what she is doing. In response, she says that the man tried to kill their young lord. Moreover, he saw the strange chi of Heir with his own eyes. It will be troublesome if he goes around spreading this information. Then she picks him up and takes him away, leaving them behind, saying that there is no need for anyone to dirty their hand and she will be the one doing it. Jungwook thinks of something, but then tells his brother to finish the antidote, only to find himself drinking from a vial. He tells him if he even know that it is the correct antidote. He blabbers about how when he smells an antidote it gives a dizzy, dry feeling, which is why the poison in his body reacts defensively. In case of poison, it gives off a stench that is foul and make one want to vomit. Once he knows that finding the antidote is not that hard. Also, together with the antidote, he found something very rare and looks really expensive as well. As Heir wakes up, he finds himself in an inn. The first thing he does is trying to circulate his chi. It has not only returned but grown even stronger than before. He lies back on the bed thinking that the berserk chi and the turd's attack made is a really close shove. He nearly lost control of his body, and when his inner chi went out of control, he never thought he would lose himself or die even before mastering the Taiji department Heaven Tome. Then there would be no point. It's not even normal chi, it might even be something close to an old man's soul. Then he thinks of someone who might know of something. Moving to the other, then are on a table playing with a precious ornament. Our Chad exits the room and the boys shout, asking him how he feels. Heir says that he is fine and asks Namwook what is in his hands. He says that the turd had it, so he snagged it. This is a token of Cho-Oh-Hee, it proof that lets one meet the most beautiful woman in Hunan. As he sits, he asks them. The scene has gotten awkward all of a sudden. But Yong makes it clear that she wants an explanation, so Heir starts blabbering. He apologizes to them and elaborates that he was unable to control his inner chi because of the poison. Since Turd lost his mind and he wanted to protect everyone, he had no choice. Yong bows down thanking him, saying that regardless of what happened without him they would all be dead. However, she must know what kind of chi was flowing through him. With a serious face, he says that he will tell them everything, but asks what happened to the turd. As Namwook was about to say the truth, Yong lies, saying that he disappeared. Heir gets into a tough spot because he might inform his clan. Our waifu with a stray face tells him that it won't happen, saying that when he drew out his inner chi he lost control and probably became a mindless fool unable to speak. And he forces the duo to agree. Although Warren realized the truth, he says that he will believe what she has to say. Before he could tell them about his inner chi thing, the innkeeper intrudes, telling them that they must leave. Jungwook thinks it is disrespectful to tell their guest to leave all of a sudden. The old turd says that the Sky Ocean Merchant Guild has rented out the entire and so they must leave. Warren remembers that it is the same place he joined as a son-in-law in his past life. The Sky Union Merchant is one of the most prosperous merchant union in Hunan. They have an escort agency, the Sky Ocean Inn and the Sky Ocean House. They operate major houses like this. However, the real reason he cannot forget them is because in his previous life he lived as its master. At the end she tried to drag him down with the shady faction. Moving to the present, the innkeeper keep repeating them to leave. Warren says that it's the Sky Ocean Merchant Union. He understands why he is behaving like this. He gets up and apologizes, saying that as a guest here himself he cannot accept the demands of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union. Jungwook tells Warren that the Sky Ocean Merchant Union isn't an opponent that the Tianzhong clan can treat lightly. They possess enormous wealth and strength. An arrogant turd enters and Warren clearly know who he is. He yaps about who Warren is and he doesn't seem to know who he is. Warren tells him that he is the young master of the Tianzhong clan in Hunan. He remains quiet for a second and then says that as far as he knows the young master of the Tianzhong clan is too sickly to leave his home. Hearing this, Warren asks him if he looks sickly to him. The arrogant one-chapter character says that they would appreciate if they grant his request. Their men are weary and only wants a peaceful rest. As this, nobody charges towards him, saying that as a fellow martial artist he must know the hardship. Warren says that it sounds more like a threat, saying that if an orthodox sect uses its strength to impose its will. Asking them how they are any different from the demonic or unorthodox factions. The turd starts cursing him. Hearing this, Warren laughs, saying that the Sky Ocean Merchant is really powerful, that a mere union martial artist dares to raise his voice against the young lord of a martial sect. He gets more aggressive, so Warren says that if they want to stay in this and they should settle this according to the laws of Jianghu. He agrees, telling him to come outside. Moyang asks him if he is really going to fight. Warren says that if he backs down now the reputation of the clan will go down. If he lets a mere minion intimidate him, people will think they are weaker than a merchant union. This became unavoidable the moment the Sky Merchant Union mentioned the Tianzhong clan. It is something that cannot be avoided. As they go outside and the turd charges towards him, Warren easily dodges his attack. As he continues a barrage of attacks, Warren doesn't even unsheath his sword, but his sword is extremely slow in his eyes. Even the outsiders think that his sword cannot even reach our Chad. And in no way does he look sickly, so the rumors about his health was a total nonsense. Warren unsheathes his sword and ends the battle in a single strike, when a voice tells them to stop. From a caravan someone comes down and everyone shows respect. The figure is none other than Hwa Wonkyung, the daughter of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union master. And more importantly, his wife from his previous life. But he cannot understand what she is doing here. She introduces herself, saying that she didn't expect to find a hidden dragon within the Tianzhong clan. Warren introduces himself and she gets close to him, inviting him to a meal, which stresses him out. Because in his past life he has some horrific moments with her, and tells her that she appreciates the invitation but he has matters to attend, so he must decline. She gets pissed, closing her fan, saying that it was a pleasure meeting him. Though as she leaves she tells him that she has a feeling that they will be seeing each other quite often. As she leaves, Moyang is impressed that he not only defeated a martial artist easily, but also refused the invitation of the Sky Merchant Union's daughter. The turds though are going crazy since she would have offered good wine. Warren tells them to eat quickly and leave, since staying here for long would not be good. As they eat, Warren's legs start shaking as he is clearly shocked. Moyang tells him if he is alright since he met the lady. Warren says that he is fine and then gets up, saying that he needs to clear his mind through meditation while sword training. She thinks of accompanying him, but he says he will be going alone. As he walks through the streets alone, he thinks of the sweet moments he has with her, and how she colluded against him. He thinks about it and gets crazy, telling himself that it is over. That's when he sees a commotion, looking at a man with a dog called Gochiak. From far, Warren observes the situation and wonders how this turd managed to come all the way here. And something is clearly wrong with that rabid dog of his. He shouts, telling him that if he hands over the thing he wants he will leave quietly. But if he keep denying it to the end it will cost him his life. But he is just confused, asking him how he will give him something that doesn't exist. This turd then brags about how his dog can smell a prey from 50 kilometers away. Since it is a black wolf, the fact that it came here means he has it. Wherein realizes that the black dog caught the scent of the demonic poison stoneflower and followed it all the way here. But he cannot understand why they are approaching that man when he has the demonic flower. The man says then he has no choice but to kill him. He orders everyone in the area that he is the young master of the serpent dragon sect of Hubei. If anyone is able to catch the man, his sect will personally reward them. Hearing this, almost half of the people draw their sword. The man had enough and tells them that when they meet the king of hell, that they were killed by Zhang Sik. Wherein is in a dilemma because the name sounds all too familiar. The man looks like a vagabond, yet he carries himself with refinement. That shows that he is clearly a descendant of a reputable clan. As the man charged towards the bunch, he slays half of them in a second. Seeing them getting overwhelmed, the man gets pissed. As he was battle one of his minions, he sneaks and attack, injuring his minion himself along with the guy. The man gets more pissed about the fact that he injured his subordinate that even the demonic cult would no go this low. The man thinks it alright since they are in the middle of orthodox and unorthodox factions. The man gets pissed. Although injured, he starts exuding in black aura, wherein finally realizes who the person in front of him is. He thinks he is dumb to not remember Zhang Suk right away. In his past life he was called a hero against the demons. The last disciple of the late hidden saint cult leader who was eliminated by the 3 demonic heavens. Though he walked the path of the demonic arts, he upheld the chivalrous spirit, earning that very title. In the later years, he would grow so powerful that he would rival He Kyoryong himself for the title of the strongest under the heavens. Wherein grips a piece of rock, telling himself that for such a man to die here, in a foreign land, just because of something he took. As he was about to die, the stone flies right past him in blazing speed, stopping him from attacking. He asks who did this, and Wherein intervenes, saying that they should stop right now. At first he suggests Wherein to move away quietly, then realizes that he is the one who defeated that 2-chapter character earlier. He tells Wherein to step aside since he has nothing to do with it. Wherein says he does as he tells John that he looks exhausted, so he will lend a hand. The man gets ready, saying that does the people like them in rank really have to draw blood? The crowd stands still when one yapper says that Wherein is the heir of the Tianzhong clan who dueled them earlier. He explains to the bystanders that how Wherein saved Zhang from dying, when his 2 minions enter the scene. They cannot understand why he is fighting again, and the title of Sword Demon is suiting him too well. Jungwook tells his brother that it is better than watching. He elaborates that most people kept their mouths shut, afraid of the serpent dragon sect's background and influence. But he chose a different path in Jianghu. It is called the path of righteousness. Zhang says that he appreciates Whereин's concern, but he doesn't need to suffer humiliation on his behalf. But he is gravely injured, as Wherein says that if is not for him. As they exchange a few set of moves, they are evenly matched until the turd being confused by just how Wherein is. As Wherein releases his aura, all of the minions make a run. Looking at it, he also makes a run, telling our Chad that they will meet again. Zhang curses them while Wherein thins that they need to kill the black creature. If it catches the demonic poison stoneflower scent again, it will lead them straight back to him. He throws his sword, and the dog, seeing the attack, easily dodges it. Zhang thinks he missed, but he uses the soaring dragon emperor's sword, the flying sword, to manipulate the trajectory, shocking everyone present. As everyone cheers for our Chad, Wherein is shocked that he has practiced the move hundreds of times, but this is the first time he has ever succeeded. As Wherein is self-glazing himself, he cannot understand how he used the hidden cult's flying sword technique and how he has it. Amidst the crowd, one man says that a swordsman, whose sword dances and righteous, should be called the Flying Dragon Sword Hero. They discuss and fix it, shouting his name non-stop. Hearing this, he smiles, saying that at last even he has a nickname. All of a sudden, a cold-pissed Moyang asks him if he is pissed. She says she took her eyes off for a moment and he got into another fight. He tells her it is not like what she thinks. She says that since the Songchun clan belongs to the orthodox faction, they freely cannot use force. In contrast, the Serpent Dragon sect can attack whenever they please. But she then smiles and says that he defeated it without getting injured. She, with a radiating smile, says that he is improving every day, and as his master she is very proud. Before Wherein could even react, Zhang falls to the ground. Moments later he wakes up to find himself in bandages. As for Warren, he is beside him asking him if he is awake. Looking at his, he tells our Chad that not only did he help him, he also treated his wounds. He puts his hands together telling him that he is a true hero. He doesn't know how he can ever repay this favor. Warren takes opportunity of this and asks him to form a contract with him. He says that he will serve as his bodyguard for the contract period, and he will pay him accordingly. As he drop a pouch full of gold coins, seeing it he thinks it's way too much money. He assumed that he is so skilled, so there must be a reason why he is vagabond earning money by the sword. He gets shocked hearing it and then tells the truth that he is correct. He has a younger sister he needs to take care of. She's sick with a rare illness, and the medicine is extremely expensive. However, with this money, she'll be able to recover little by little. He is extremely grateful for this, so much that he starts crying. Warren says that they will be staying here for a long time, so he should bring his sister. As he takes his leave to bring back his sister, Moyang says that he has given too much to a mere bodyguard, asking him if there is a particular reason as to why he is showing such kindness. Even the twins are curious, calculating that it could buy 10 bottles of fine wine. Warren tells them that he will be someone great one day. It is a bargain to call someone like him a friend for a few niangs. Besides, he likes the way he stood tall and unyielding even when surrounded by the Serpent Dragon sect. Moyang asks him if they are returning to the Tianzhong clan. But with a stern face, he says that they are heading to Zhengzhou. Hearing this, all of them start panicking, telling him they should head back, as they already got the elixir and stopped by the Jagal clan. Now he is trying to head somewhere else instead of going back home. Warren thinks to himself that if his chi runs wild again, he will completely lose control of his body. To prevent that, he needs to cultivate the Taiji Depth Heaven Tome, so he will need to meet someone. Since that person is there, he must leave as soon as possible. Before they can see anything, it is the Lord's command, and he goes back inside, not listening to them. He tells them that he has already sent a messenger pigeon, so there is no need to worry, and they will depart tomorrow. He closes the door, leaving them outside, and Moyang is pissed, saying no one can predict what he is thinking. The next morning, Zhang comes telling Warren that his preparations are complete. He introduces his sister, and she greets them, saying she is called Zhang Munhai and thanks them for helping her brother. Warren greets her, saying that he is the young master of the Tianzhong clan. He introduces his warrior, and they become proud until he says that they prefer guarding wine more than guarding people. They tell Warren that his voice sounds like Warren is making them villains, and it is their first time meeting. Moyang, on the other hand, remains quiet, as if she is pissed. He tells them that he has prepared a carriage. Seeing it, Zhang is shocked, asking him if he prepared it for his sister Munhai. As she gets seated, he tells Namwook to handle the ride, but he won't be driving one, as Warren says the coachman will be changed in turns, saying that the one to take the coachman for today will get a golden wine. Hearing this, they go crazy, fighting each other to ride the horse, and Warren is enjoying it. Moyang, on the other hand, is pissed, not liking that he is showing this much affection and care towards Munhai. This part starts with their new journey as they go by the carriage. Zhang tells Warren that she is curious about something. He says that the martial art he used demonstrated while fighting the doggy turd the other day. Asking him if it is a secret technique of the Yong clan. Munhai tells her brother that it is rude to ask someone directly about their martial art. Hearing this, he apologizes and Warren smirks, because he intentionally showed his technique, so now he would be dying out of curiosity by now. Zhang is a direct disciple of the hidden cult sect. The Tianzhong clan based its swordsmanship on the hidden Saint cult's martial arts, so he must have recognized it. Warren says that it is a secret technique of his clan, he heard a long time ago, his ancestor learned it from a martial master. Hearing this, Zhang says that his technique was impressive, and he wanted to personally experience it firsthand for quite some time. He apologizes if he has spoken rudely. Hearing this, Warren smiles, saying that if he is up for a friendly spar after dinner. Warren says that during their last duel with Gochiak, he felt like Zhang didn't go all out. So he wants him to show the true strength of his. Hearing this, Zhang laughs, saying that if that is what he wants, he would be honored to spar with him. In the evening after dinner, they exchange sword in an open field. As they face each other, Warren has the upper hand as Zhang gets pushed back. Since they are both tired, Warren says that they should stop here for now. Zhang is in a weird spot. Warren's swordsmanship is very refined, The form is slightly different from their cult, but the foundation is same. To conclude, there is no mistake that the Soaring Dragon Emperor sword is a modified version of Heir cult's Demonic Dragon Emperor sword. But the Demonic Dragon Emperor sword was originally an overwhelmingly powerful technique. So he wonders what the problem is with Waren's technique is for him. He is laughing, wondering that he might hand over one of his cultivation technique. At night, as Waren was resting, Yong on the other hand was on a walk with his sister when she asks him how the spar with our Chad was. He says that he is convinced that our Chad is somehow connected to the hidden saint cult. She is surprised hearing this, as he elaborates that his sword techniques are merged with another martial techniques which diminished its power greatly. Since she must be aware that all their martial arts are inheritedly powerful. As he is thinking about it seriously, Manhwa says that he is thinking of teaching him cultivation technique of their hidden saints cult. Yong says that he has done so much for them, and thanks to him she is healthy and able to move freely again. She says that she will pass down the hidden saints cult chi cultivation technique to him herself. He asks her if she is serious, but she doesn't want Waren to be linked to their cult. Since the hidden saint cult has already fallen, to revive it through him would go against the principles of the heavens. The following days they traveled continuously, going through beautiful place filled with flowers and greenery. In a beautiful garden-like place, and decide to stay the night here. As Waren was having alone time by himself, Manhwa approaches him saying if he is out for a walk, and Waren asks him what brings him here. She tells Waren that she has been troubled about how to repay our Chad for the kindness he has shown. Waren says he did what he has to do. She says that when one receives a favor they should repay it. So she would like to pass down their clan's chi cultivation technique to him. Because his brother told her that his martial arts would be stronger if he could grow even stronger with it. So he must accept it, since they won't be at ease if he doesn't accept it. While saying all this she was holding onto his hand, which made Waren shy, and when she realized it she gets very shy, hiding her face. Waren says if that is what she wants he will gladly accept. From far Moyang is seeing all this, and for some reason her heart aches, and she wonders what this emotion is. As more time passes by they have finally reached Zhengzhou. The place is beautiful, full of life, when Waren tells the squad to take a rest and he will go look for someone. Moyang, noticing this, tell Waren that he will accompany him. Waren agrees, and as they both start walking, as they roam around, Waren asks an innkeeper if he knows where the one called the Omniscient One is. He says he knows, but if he is here for him he is afraid it is too late. Waren asks what he means by it, but the innkeeper wants some money. After Waren throws one he starts blabbering. That there is word that Hai is held captive in the Sangwon clan and will be executed tomorrow. The rumors say that he read the Sangwon clan's young lady's fortune. But after training according to that fortune, the young lady lost her mind and drowned herself. Therefore, the Sangwon clan captured him, blaming him for it, and plans to behead him for causing her death. Hearing this, Waren is in a tough spot. The chapter begins by introducing a man named Nan Myangwak, known as the Omniscient One. He has a reputation for fortune-telling and exorcism, but his true identity is the last envoy of the Bei cult, a long-gone group that specialized in soul-related sorcery. This is the very man Yong Waren is seeking. Waren believes that Nan Myangwak is the key, the one person who can remove the old man, the spirit residing inside him. But there is a serious problem. Nan Myangwak is scheduled to be beheaded the next day. His companion, Moyang, notices his troubled expression and asks if he was hoping to get his fortune read. As they walk, a voice calls out, "Yong?" Waren turns, surprised, to see Lady Jaegal, Yohi, whom he has met before. She teases him, asking if he is so surprised because she is unwelcome. Waren composes himself and explains he simply didn't know she was in the city. Yohi introduces her companion, a taller, shy woman named Yusil, who is from the Sangwon clan. Waren asks Yohi why she is in Zhengzhou. She explains that she is visiting a friend, Sangwon Mijon, who has fallen ill. She then asks him why he is there. He hesitates, then lies, saying he has come to retrieve an important item his clan entrusted to the Omniscient One. At the mention of this name, Yusil shyly tells him that the Omniscient One is currently at her clan's estate. Waren looks relieved and says they will just wait for him, but Yusil becomes flustered. She explains that he cannot come because he committed a great crime and is set to be beheaded tomorrow. Hearing this, Waren immediately puts on a dramatic display of despair. He grabs his head, lamenting that they rushed here for nothing. He turns, grabs Yuseal's hands, and earnestly begs her, asking if there is any other way. Yuseal, unused to such attention, blushes deeply. Stammering, she says that if he can meet him today, it might be possible, and she resolves to go straight to her father to ask. As Warren thanks her profusely, Yuseal has a private thought, completely misreading the situation. She believes that since he took her hand, he must intend to marry her. Warren then instructs Moyong to return to the inn and inform the party that they are stopping at the Sangwon clan first. Yuseal leads Warren to the massive Sangwon estate, which Warren notes is twice the size of his own. Yuseal runs ahead to speak to her father. The moment she is gone, Yohee confronts Warren. She knows him too well. She says he is not the type to be so affectionate toward a woman he just met and correctly guesses he is running a scheme related to the Omniscient One. Warren admits she is sharp and confirms it. Yohee then gives him a critical warning: the Sangwon clan will absolutely refuse his request. There is past resentment between the Sangwon and Tianzhong clans, specifically involving Warren, that will make them hostile. Seeing her leverage, Warren asks her for the other method she clearly knows. Yohee proposes a deal. She has a favor to ask. Soon, a group of next-generation disciples will be visiting, and she needs Warren to pretend to be her lover. Warren is shocked, realizing that a plan he knew about is happening much sooner than expected. He agrees to help her. In return, Yohee tells him the secret to moving the Sangwon Patriarch. Following Yohee's plan, Warren is granted an audience with the Sangwon Patriarch, Sangwon Byakan, and his wife, Hyangyo. The Patriarch is immediately cold, remarking that Warren is the spitting image of his father. He asks why Warren is there, and when Warren asks to see Nan Myingwak, the Patriarch refuses outright. This is when Warren puts the plan into motion. He knows his target is not the Patriarch but the wife. He drops to his knees and begs them to listen. He launches into his story, claiming he is possessed by a ghost. He says he is suppressing it, but it could flare up and, right on cue, he clutches his chest and collapses in faked agony. The reaction is immediate. Hyangyo leaps up in panic, begging her husband to let Warren see the Omniscient One for help. The Patriarch tries to dismiss her, saying it is his jurisdiction and muttering about Warren's father and his own former wife. This enrages Hyangyo. She yells at him for taking out past affairs on a young man and for being petty. Terrified of his wife's anger, the Patriarch instantly gives in. "All right, I'll permit it," he shouts, ordering his chief to take Warren to the prisoner immediately. Warren, still on the floor, hides a small, satisfied smile. Warren is being led by Chief Yu through a dark, torchlit dungeon. Warren wonders what could have happened between his father and the Patriarch to create such hatred. They arrive at the cell. The chief announces, "Hey, Nan Myingwak. A guest has come to see you." The prisoner looks up from the shadows. The moment his eyes fall on Warren, his expression turns from curiosity to pure shock. He is not just seeing Warren, he is seeing the spirit inside him. Nan Myingwak shouts in disbelief, "Who on earth are you carrying that colossal a thing in your body?" The chapter picks up in the dark dungeon, with Nan Myingwak terrified by the spirit he can see inside young Warren. He demands to know why Warren has come looking for him. Warren calmly stands outside the bars and states his purpose: "A ghost is attached to me. I must speak with that ghost, so you must help me." Nan Myingwak scoffs, calling it nonsense, but Warren cuts him off. He reveals his leverage: "I know that you are an emissary of the Bei cult, so awakening the soul and conversing with it should be possible." This silences Nan Myingwak. He realizes Warren is no ordinary boy. He's somehow alive with a colossal spirit inside him and knows his true identity. Seeing an opportunity, Nan Myingwak changes his tone and proposes a deal: "I can help, but you must help me in return." Warren knows he means saving him from his execution, but says it's impossible. However, Nan Myingwak reveals the true situation. He says Warren can save him by awakening Sangwon Mijong, the very friend Yohee came to visit. Warren, using his own knowledge, lays out the facts. Sangwon Mijong collapsed because her mind split in two while practicing the clan's split-body sword art. The Sangwon clan, terrified that this would reveal a dangerous flaw in their martial arts, covered it up. They blamed Nan Myingwak for her condition and locked him away. ManhwaCapped confirms this and reveals the full plan. They will use the no ordinary soul inside Warren to enter Sangwon Mijong's mind and eliminate her other persona. If Sangwon Mijong awakens, ManhwaCapped's innocence will be proven and his life will be spared. In exchange, he will help Warren converse with the soul. He warns that 3 lives, his, Warren's, and Mijong's, hang on this. Warren agrees to the deal. When ManhwaCapped worries about persuading the stubborn patriarch, Warren simply smiles and says, "I have a way for that." Warren has the guards release ManhwaCapped, who is stunned that Warren somehow managed to persuade the patriarch. Warren brings him before Sangwon Byakin, who is visibly furious but bound by the promise he made to his wife. He gives Warren a final, cold warning: if this fails, the entire Tianzhong clan will be held accountable. They are brought to Sangwon Mijong's room, where she lies in a coma. ManhwaCapped instructs Warren to sit cross-legged and explains the ritual. He will open Warren's upper energy core to rouse the soul, then guide it into Mijong's core to destroy the split persona. He gives one last warning: the soul may speak to you. If it does, ignore it. ManhwaCapped places his hand on Warren's head and begins. The ritual immediately goes wrong. A powerful red energy explodes from Warren. ManhwaCapped is thrown back, shouting that the soul's power is far stronger than he thought. He yells for Warren not to lose control. But Warren is no longer in the room. He finds himself in a red-black mental world, face to face with the spirit inside him. The spirit, now a fully formed old man with white hair, speaks, "Young Warren, to think you'd try to make use of me. So you really do underestimate me, the demonic master." Warren is stunned, but the name clicks. Demonic master. That's what he's called? I finally know who you are. The demonic master mocks him. "I vividly remember the moment I first met you. How weak and pathetic you were." He reminisces about Warren as a child, crying after his household was killed, and begins to mock a specific old woman who died, Yanhwa, calling her frail and ugly. This is a step too far. Warren's rage boils over, and he grabs the spirit, yelling, "Shut up." Enraged at being touched, the demonic master seizes Warren by the throat. "How dare you!" But Warren, glaring back with pure hatred, makes a vow: "Demonic master, I will definitely kill you." The demonic master stares for a moment, then breaks into a horrifying, maniacal laugh. As the red, nightmarish world begins to fade, the spirit, now a black and white silhouette, gives Warren a final, chilling warning: "I'll be watching you, kid." Young Warren. The scene snaps back to reality, showing ManhwaCapped, Young Warren, and the comatose Sangwon Mijong, leaving the outcome of the ritual unknown. Warren has returned to the present and he is gasping heavily. As he sits in front of the formation created by the man, he has returned again and wonders how Myong is doing. Looking back, he coughs up blood, telling Warren that he has, though his soul has been completely consumed. And that he wouldn't be able to return. But seeing him coughing up blood again and again, Warren tries to help him, but he tells him to stop and not come out. Since the technique has just began and he now needs to enter Mijong's consciousness. Warren, however, is concerned about him, so he shouts, telling him that his life and Warren's future depends on him. Warren toughens up, saying that he must place his hand on her hand. As he follows him, he must now guide his inner energy toward the upper energy core. A white radiant energy turns violent the moment our Chad's energy reacts with it. It's because the old turd's energy is running wild again, so Myong tells him that he must use his energy like before. This time he will be entering Mijong's mind instead of her soul. As the red energy becomes violent, Myong tells Warren that he must find the real Mijong in her consciousness and he must identify the false one and erase her. As the red aura engulfs him completely and he opens his eyes to find himself in a new place. He finds himself in the Sangwon clan. As he is in a soul-like form, he sees a younger Mijong running around. That's when he notices a much older version of her as he walks past by him. She gets along with her sister. On the other side, he sees a self of her with multiple versions of her mixed together. Exuding the demonic aura that Warren has, he realizes, seeing this, that starting from her childhood until this moment her mind has been split in two. Then he realizes that it is Sangwon's life he has been witnessing all this time, when a voice grabs his attention, telling him that he has come to visit. But instead of a guest, he has come here more as an intruder. That's when Warren gets shocked to see that two of the same her is roaming around. Looking closely at them, Warren realizes that they look exactly the same. He thinks that this is the divided self that the omniscient one was talking about. One of the Mijong says that Warren keeps staring at them, as she asks him if he is staring at them because they are pretty. That's when they realizes that he is here to figure out which one of them is real. Hearing this, Warren is at a loss of words, as she play with him, saying that if he can find out which one of them is real, since they have the same face and body. As they get extremely close to each other, one of the Mijong asks the other one if they are right, and she agrees. Warren looks away, telling them that they are too close to each other. That's when he realizes that if they look identical, but their personalities differ, so even if they are separate entities, they both should share the same personality as the real Sangwon. That's when he realizes something and approaches them. Mijong asks him if he has figured out which one is real. Warren tells her that he has a rough idea of who is real and who is not. Hearing this, she gets cheeky and tells him which one of them is the real one. Warren says that before he arrived at the Sangwon clan, he spoke to his sister Yusil. Hearing this, she gets shocked as he continued, saying that her older sister was mischievous and lively, yet also calm and detached, since she possesses two opposing personalities with her. It is likely that she became obsessed with the split body sword art. In other words, there are no real or no fake, they are just two halves of the same whole. She gives it a though, and then the colors splatters as she tells him that she has been found out. That when her entire mind realm is wavering, she says that he is right and there was never a fake and both of them are the real. That's when she says that it is true for him as well, calling him Yong Warren of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union leader. Now that their energies are connected together, they can see the lives of each other. The life of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union leader and that of the Flying Dragon Sword hero is two lives within one body. She gets closer to him, saying that they are more alike than she has thought. Warren is tensed, but she tells him that when she wakes up she won't remember any of this, so she tells him that when the true her wakes up he should take good care of her. As the entirety of the world collapses, blood drips from on the ground as blood is coming out from our Chad's nose. Myung asks Warren what happened and if he has destroyed the false one and find the true self. But he is quiet as he thinks to himself that this is the first time that someone understood his regression in lives. His first life was built upon tragedy and despair. His second life was forged with the strength and a new future built upon that foundation. Then between those two lives he wonders which one is truly real. He wonders if he is like Mijong. As for her, she is sleeping peacefully until she opens her eyes. The chapter opens with Mijong sitting up in bed, her eyes closed as if in a trance. Suddenly, she hunches over, gasping and coughing violently. This startles the two men in the room, Warren, who wears a white, patterned robe, and an older, bearded man in a formal blue robe and hat. Warren rushes to her bedside, calling her name in alarm as she continues to cough. Mijong looks at her hand, now covered in dark blood from her mouth. Warren asks if she is all right, noting the bleeding. Mijong, speaking weakly, tells both men not to worry. She explains that the bleeding is a good sign, as it means the treatment worked properly. She continues to cough, adding that it would be more dangerous if she failed to cough up the stagnant blood. After a moment, her eyes focus on Warren. She says, "It's you," stating that she can faintly remember his face, but she doesn't recall exactly what happened. Warren formally introduces himself as Yong Warren of the Tianzhong clan and asks how she is feeling. Mijong looks at her blood-stained hands and replies that she is fine. In fact, she feels better than she did before she collapsed. Her relief quickly turns to suspicion. She points out that the Tianzhong clan has no ties to her own and asks Warren why he saved her, pressing him on whether he wants something from her. Warren turns away, telling her they will talk about that later. He says that for now, the priority is to let her family know she has safely regained consciousness. He walks over and slides open the large doors, revealing a small group waiting anxiously in the courtyard. Recognizing them, Mijong says, "Ah. Father, mother." She immediately gets out of bed and walks to the doorway. Before leaving, she tells Warren they will talk in more detail next time. She pauses, turns back slightly, and thanks both young Master Yong and the Omniscient One. She then runs out into the courtyard and into her family's joyous, tearful embrace. Back in the room, Warren and the Omniscient One watch the reunion. The older man sighs in relief. Phew, he congratulates Warren, telling him he has done well. He explains that intervening with a person's soul is incredibly dangerous, and Warren not only survived but also managed to save Sangwon Mijeon unharmed, calling it a major accomplishment. Warren returns the sentiment, saying the Omniscient One also worked hard. He then gives the older man a friendly fist bump, saying it is now time for the Omniscient One to fulfill his request. The Omniscient One nods, of course. He explains that first, they must set up a barrier to suppress the soul's power, which will take 1 or 2 days. Warren agrees, telling the man to summon him when it's ready, and turns to leave. As Warren walks away, the Omniscient One calls out to him again. He becomes visibly flustered, explaining that when two souls interact so closely, they become briefly connected. This, he says, can make them feel a bit more familiar or even a little more intimate than before. He trails off, awkwardly alluding to the implications between a man and a woman, before just telling Warren to keep it in mind. Warren is left standing alone, looking completely baffled by the warning. The scene shifts to later that night. Warren is alone, sitting in meditation. His concentration is broken by a menacing flash of a dark, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes. He snaps out of his meditation, gasping for air. He reflects that so many things happened in succession. He recalls his encounter with the demonic master and then thinks of Mijeon, identifying her problem as a division caused by the split-body sword art that split her mind in two. This thought sparks a sudden realization. He leaps to his feet, rushes to a desk, and begins writing a list on a scroll. He writes down 5 names: Sangwon Clan, Brilliant Manor, Soul Origin Sect, Ocean Lunar Temple, and Immortal Paradise House. Staring at the list, he says, "Now I see." He realizes these are all places a man named Hei Kyoryung visited in a past life, and all of them practice martial arts from the same lineage. He connects the techniques, that the Sangwon clan practiced the split-body sword art. Li Wongjang practiced the Phantom Mind Soul. The Soul Origin sect practiced the Harmony Fusion art. The Ocean Lunar Temple practiced the Split Energy Mind art. Cho Wohee of the Immortal Paradise House practiced the left-right split mind art. He is stunned by the common theme: they're all martial arts that split their minds into two. Warren instantly deduces Hei Kyoryung's strategy. The Taiji Depth Heaven Tome contains 2 clashing energies. To avoid the energy deviation this clash would cause, Hei Kyoryung's solution was to find a way to split his mind into 2, allowing him to control the warring energies separately. Warren pumps his fists, amazed at the plan. He then formulates his own plan. He notes that he still has Cho Wohee's golden plaque. His first step will be to use the Omniscient One's help to handle the demonic master's soul. After that, he will go to the Immortal Paradise House to get the left-right split mind art from Cho Wohee. As Warren paces the courtyard, lost in thought, he is being watched from a distance by 2 women. One, a woman with dark hair, asks the other, who has her light purple hair in buns, why Warren is pacing so late. The dark-haired woman then asks if Warren feels uncomfortable staying at the Sangwon clan. She quickly gets lost in her own thoughts, blushing as she admires Warren. She thinks he looks so dignified and must be thinking about something important. Her fantasy escalates as she wonders if he is worrying about when to marry her. The purple-haired woman reacts with disgust and hits her. She snaps her out of it, scolding her and reminding her that young Master Shiman and young Master Peng are arriving tomorrow. The dark-haired woman is jolted back to reality, remembering that senior brother Peng is coming. The purple-haired woman tells her she probably won't get to see Warren for a while. She then says she's leaving, complaining that just thinking about that Peng guy's stare gives her goosebumps. She walks off, and after a moment, the dark-haired woman calls out and runs to follow her. Alone again, Warren draws his sword and begins to practice his forms in the moonlight, moving with speed and grace. He finishes, sheathing his blade with a few. He reflects that after his encounter with the demonic master, he can now draw out a small amount of inner energy, about 30 years worth at will. However, it still puts a significant strain on his body. He wishes he could get Nan Myingwak's help to fully control the demonic master's soul. He grips his chest, his head a mess. As he rips his robe open in discomfort, the chapter ends with a fragmented, corrupted flashback of his own magnificent, muscular body and Mijeon's face, showing the deep and confusing mark the soul intervention has left on him. The scene then shifts to a conversation between Warren and another woman, Sangwon Joyoung. She expresses her desire to see more of the man who saved her life. Warren responds that it would be hard to see her after today, as he is going to get very busy starting tomorrow. Sangwon Joyam confirms his suspicion, stating that, as he thought, the people they discussed are coming to her Sangwon clan. Warren questions if the information she provided earlier was in return for him saving her life. She firmly states that it is not, asserting that her life is not that cheap. She thanks him sincerely and vows to repay this debt several times over someday. As it has gotten late, she bids him take care. As she leaves, she turns back and offers him a piece of advice. She tells Warren that he may take more pride in himself, as it is not easy to risk one's life to save someone else's. She emphasizes that even if he did it for another purpose, it does not change the fact that he saved her life. She then refers to him by a title, Flying Dragon Sword Hero, before departing. Warren is left alone, contemplative, silently repeating the word hero to himself. The setting changes to Warren's quarters within the Tianzhong sect. He is with his young companion, Man Sang Dong Jia. Warren is recounting his experience, explaining that he met an old man and then lost his memory. Man Sang Dong Jia listens intently, confirming that his suspicions from when he first saw Warren were correct. The boy explains that what Warren has been afflicted by is an invasion of immense qi and corruption, with a strange intention behind it. He diagnoses the condition as the Moshan sect's spirit possession technique. He elaborates that, as the name implies, it is a method of transferring a soul to another body. Specifically, the Moshan sect's technique destroys the original body's soul and takes control. He condemns it as a cruel and heartless technique that solely seeks to control. Warren protests, stating that he feels completely fine. Man Sang Dong Jia agrees that, for now, Warren has not lost his soul nor lost control. However, he warns Warren that he is aware of it too. The technique is slowly eating away at him. When Warren asks if there is a way to stop it, Man Sang Dong Jia confirms that there is. However, he states that attempting the technique to counter it will be the most dangerous and least likely to succeed that he will ever perform. The implication is clear: if things go wrong, the consequences will be severe. Man Sang Dong Jia then contrasts this grave risk with Warren's own actions, noting that his own dangerous task is not as hard as risking one's life for someone you met for the first time, a clear reference to Warren saving Sangwon Joyang. The boy then declares that he has a trick up his sleeve and assures both Mijong, likely Sangwon Joyang's name or a nickname, and Warren that he will help. Suddenly, Jiggle Yohi arrives, asking what they are doing. The scene then flashes back again, repeating the opening sequence where she reminds Warren of his promise to act as her lover until the young masters leave. The narrative then returns to the present, showing Warren being led to extravagant quarters. He internally notes the vanity of the place, comparing it to his simpler quarters in the Sky Ocean Merchant Union. He observes that they have only assigned a single servant to him and wonders just how many servants the hosts must have. He reflects that while the Tianzhong sect is not on the level of major clans like the Xiaoman or the Pang, the display is impressive. His thoughts then turn to the upcoming guests, Pang Giok and Xiaoman Yuan. He recalls that he doesn't remember much about Xiaoman Yuan, but Pang Giok is different. He identifies him as the Blade Tiger Dragon, a man of the Pang clan who uses the greatest blade technique in all of Jianghu, known as the Five Tiger Severing Blade. He is a man who made himself known with only his single blade and is someone who will become quite renowned in the future. Warren concludes that his skills must be quite formidable even now. Jiggle Yohi then alerts Warren that the guests are coming. The scene cuts to the arrival of the group. They are introduced one by one: Xiaoman Xiasil, Pang Kielrian, Xiaoman Xiaoyan, and finally, Pang Jiaoke. Jiggle Yohi then formally introduces Warren to the assembly. She presents him as Yong Warren, who saved her sister, Mijong. She announces that he is the heir to the Tianzhong clan. This announcement is met with immediate and open contempt from one of the women in the group, Xiaoman Xiaoyan. She scoffs and says she has never heard of the Tianzhong clan before in her life. Another member, Pang Kielrian, mockingly asks what kind of country bumpkin clan they are, openly insulting Warren and his heritage. A man named Xiaoman expresses his honor to meet a young master from another clan. The conversation is polite but carries an undercurrent of tension. The discussion quickly centers on the protagonist, Warren. A sharp-tongued woman from the Pang family, whom the narrative will refer to as Purple Turd, notes that Waren's words are remarkably incisive and subtly questions what others see in such a person. Another attendee agrees, commenting that people like him are usually not very amiable. Purple Turd then directly inquires about the nature of the relationship between Waren and a woman named Jigul Yohi, observing that they appear unusually close. A man from the Seomun family laughs lightly and explains that Waren's family has had long-standing ties with his Seomun clan, though he admits that recently, the interactions have become even closer. Not satisfied, Purple Turd presses further, revealing a rumor she heard, that Jigul Yohi is actually the fiancé of Waren. She asks directly if this is true. This provokes an immediate and fierce reaction from a man named Peng, who is a disciple or sworn protector of Jigul Yohi. He stands and angrily accuses Purple Turd of insulting his young mistress. Purple Turd offers a half-hearted apology, claiming her words were misinterpreted. She defends herself by stating she was merely pointing out a fact: Jigul Yohi is formally another man's fiancé, making Waren's closeness to her potentially improper. The narrative then reveals a prior arrangement where Jigul Yohi had asked Waren to act as her fiancé. However, another character interjects with a crucial correction: Waren and Jigul Yohi had broken off their engagement some time ago. Therefore, there is no moral or formal obstacle to their current association. Purple Turd feigns understanding but then launches a verbal attack on Waren's clan. She sarcastically remarks that if one compares the mighty Jigul family to Waren's Tianzhong clan, the Tianzhong clan has fallen into a noticeable decline. This is a deliberate and public insult designed to provoke him. The scene focuses on Waren's calm demeanor in the face of this provocation. Another character, Seomun Yuan, steps forward to defend Waren's honor, then turns the tables on Purple Turd by bringing up her own family's affairs, mentioning that she was once in marriage talks that also fell through. He insinuates that she, too, had to withdraw due to her own perceived inadequacies. The tension escalates further. Purple Turd, now visibly irritated that her attempt to probe Waren has backfired, is described by onlookers as having inadvertently boosted his reputation. They see this confrontation as a chance to properly assess Waren's current martial prowess. A challenge becomes imminent, and the crowd begins to speculate on who would win in a fight between Waren and Purple Turd, whose nickname is Flying Glory Gangster. Her significant skills are acknowledged. The two combatants prepare for battle. An observer comments that their strength and situation seem very similar, leading to a tense stalemate. However, another counters that Waren has been victorious in several recent battles, suggesting he is not an easy opponent. The fight commences with explosive speed. Purple Turd unleashes her powerful signature technique, the Light Trace Blade. The attack is so swift that Waren does not appear to react, he simply closes his eyes. The onlookers are stunned, believing he cannot even perceive the move and is about to be decisively defeated. However, in a stunning reversal, it is revealed that Waren had not only perceived the attack but had anticipated it perfectly. In the blink of an eye, he draws his own sword and blocks her ultimate technique with effortless precision. Purple Turd is left in a state of complete shock. Without uttering a single word, Waren calmly sheathes his sword and turns his back on her, beginning to walk away from the scene. Purple Turd, utterly humiliated and enraged, shouts after him, demanding to know where he thinks he is going. She is completely ignored. Waren continues to walk away, leaving the gathered crowd behind. Purple Turd continues to yell futilely for him to return. Waren does not look back. The chapter concludes with Waren, now at a distance, issuing a new and profound challenge that silences everyone. He formally and loudly requests a martial arts duel with the young master of the Tianzhong clan, the very clan that was mocked as being in decline. This final act masterfully shifts the conflict, publicly reclaiming his clan's honor and setting the stage for a much larger confrontation. The story resumes immediately after Waren's public challenge to the young master of the Pang clan. The man who accepts the challenge steps forward, identifying himself as Pang Chio of the Hebei Pang clan. He is a large, formidable man who carries himself with a serious and earnest demeanor. He addresses Waren directly, explaining his background and motives. Pang Chio states that he was born into the Pang family and has been training with the saber since he could walk, and he is still grasping it now. He reveals that he observed Waren's previous duel closely. He acknowledges that challenging someone who has just finished a battle is generally considered a disgraceful act. However, he earnestly requests that Warren make an exception for him. His reason is not malice, but a pure and powerful fascination with martial arts. He explains that he saw something in Warren during the last fight, a trace of something left behind that ignited his desire for a match. He formally asks Warren to accept his challenge for a duel. Warren, after a moment of consideration, silently agrees. The two combatants prepare to fight. Pang Chio makes the first move, declaring that the Pang family's saber technique, the Five Tigers Severing Gate Saber, aims for righteousness. He states that he wishes to test this long-researched technique against Warren. In response, Warren unveils his own technique, announcing the name of the Tianzhong clan's ultimate skill, the Soaring Dragon Emperor's Sword. The duel begins in earnest. Pang Chio unleashes the power of the Five Tigers Severing Gate Saber, demonstrating terrifying strength that shocks the onlookers. The force of his attacks is immense. Warren meets the assault head-on. An internal monologue from Pang Chio reveals that if he had not recently received personal instruction from the Zhong siblings, the fight would have already been decided by Warren's overwhelming power. However, bolstered by that training, he is able to continue the fight, pushing Warren to respond seriously. The battle intensifies, with both combatants exchanging powerful blows. Warren's movements are incredibly fast, and his skill level appears to have grown significantly since his last recorded duel, astonishing the spectators. Pang Chio realizes that Warren is a far more resilient and powerful opponent than he had initially anticipated. Despite his best efforts and the power of his family's technique, Pang Chio is ultimately defeated. He collapses, exhausted and unable to continue. He admits defeat, stating it was an enjoyable and fulfilling duel after a long time. He praises Warren, expressing his admiration for Warren's keen insight and martial perception. Pang Chio then makes a surprising observation. He notes that the Five Tigers Severing Gate Saber demonstrated by his Pang family branch has similarities to the main Tianzhong clan's Soaring Dragon Emperor sword. He theorizes that the Pang family's saber technique was likely derived and refined long ago from a saber technique that belonged to the same lineage as the Tianzhong clan's ultimate skill. However, he also notes a flaw: the current version of the saber technique he uses has not fully unified its essence and power into a single, cohesive force. He and his clan have been aware of this weakness for a long time. He is deeply impressed that Warren was able to perceive this deep-rooted issue simply through their duel. Bowing respectfully, Pang Chio expresses his deep admiration for Warren's discernment. He then invites Warren to visit him someday to discuss martial arts further, before taking his leave. After Pang Chio departs, another character, Jigal Yohi, approaches Warren. She comments on his rapidly improving strength, noting that he was not at this level during his previous duel with the Blood Scholar. She observes that with this level of power, Warren will undoubtedly participate in the upcoming Sejongrian, a significant martial arts event. Warren then turns to his companion, a young man named Mansang Dongjia, suggesting they go see the Mansiang Dongjia, likely a title or a name for the young man himself. The boy, Mansang Dongjia, complains lightly but agrees. The scene shifts to a more private setting. Mansang Dongjia prepares to perform a mysterious and advanced technique for Warren. He explains that this time, unlike the previous spiritual projection, the process will directly send Warren's consciousness into the ancient spiritual world. He warns that this is the first time he is performing this specific great art and cautions Warren that he must be mentally prepared, as facing the soul they seek there could lead to irreversible consequences. He offers Warren a drink to prepare him, instructing him to take 3 sips. After Warren drinks, Mansang Dongjia announces that the preparations are complete. He reiterates that this journey will be different, a direct descent into the ancient realm of consciousness where Warren will be able to meet that specific soul. Confronting it will be the key. With a final shout of encouragement, Mansang Dongjia activates the technique, sending Warren's consciousness on its journey. He expresses his hope that Warren will achieve his desired goal. The final scene shows a majestic, ancient-looking carriage arriving at a location. A voice questions if this is the right place, stating that the location is, in fact, the Divine Tomb. Another voice confirms it, asking if the place is the Divine Tomb they have been searching for. The chapter ends on this cryptic note, confirming their arrival at a place of great significance known as the Divine Tomb. The chapter opens in a misty, ethereal void where Warren stands opposite an elderly figure. The silence breaks when the old man sneers at him, calling him the pig of the Chianha Merchant Guild. He observes that Warren has changed greatly since their first encounter, shedding his former softness. His words, though seemingly praising, are laced with scorn. He mocks the idea of a fat merchant imitating a martial artist, claiming that after returning to the past and consuming the sword rice of a warrior, Warren has grown arrogant simply because he earned a flashy nickname. The old man is revealed to be Masasuk Jamayon. Unmoved by the insults, Warren responds coldly. He remarks that the old man talks too much and questions whether this is truly the figure whose name once caused the martial world to tremble. Warren cuts deeper by reminding him of their first meeting, when the so-called Great Masa was busy running away from masked attackers. He finishes his point ruthlessly, calling the old man nothing more than a parasite now surviving only by clinging to his body. The accusation makes Suk Jamayon's expression twist with rage. He challenges Warren, asking whether he has ever considered how his martial ability rose so quickly and so dramatically. He scoffs at the notion that such growth came from talent alone, stating that the Gango is not a world that rewards natural gifts so generously. With a furious shout, he claims credit for everything. According to him, it is only because of Masasuk Jamayon that Warren learned martial arts with such ease and climbed the ranks at such speed. He demands recognition for the countless deadly situations that Warren survived solely because of the old man's internal energy supporting him. Suk Jamayon then reveals his true intention, to destroy Warren's soul entirely and take over his body to steal his cultivation. Dark red chains of energy appear behind him, symbols of the binding curse he intends to enforce. He lectures Warren about the law of equivalent exchange, insisting that to gain one thing, another must be lost. Warren does not back down. He draws his blade, its steel gleaming within the void. He rejects the parasite's claim and declares his true status. He is the young master of the Chanjun Yongmun, the heavenly central dragon gate. With a grim smile, he invites the ghost of the past to share one final sword dance. As their energies collide, Warren understands the nature of their battlefield. This is not the physical world but a consciousness world, the interior of a human mind. Realizing the significance of a battle within such a realm, Suk Jamayong arrogantly offers a handicap, saying he will grant something useful before the slaughter begins. Before the clash intensifies, a vivid memory surfaces in Warren's mind to ground him. He recalls his friend, Mijiong. The image of Mijiong, dressed in official robes, appears clearly in the void, bringing with it a crucial piece of advice from the past. Warren remembers Mijiong's voice guiding him, instructing him to visualize a specific metaphor for ascension. The advice was to recall it, to vividly imagine the struggle of a carp crashing against rough currents, enduring the battering waves to reach the moment of talte, transformation, where the carp leaps the falls and becomes a dragon. Their clash erupts in full. Suk Jamayon, wrapped in dark and malevolent energy, strikes against Warren, who counters with a bright, pure aura. The rapid exchange of blows tears at the fabric of the mental realm itself. At one point, Suk Jamayon unleashes a massive overhead strike. Warren deflects it cleanly, startling the old man. The technique Warren used is a hidden secret art, one Suk Jamayon never expected him to possess. Determined to end the fight, Suk Jamayon gathers a storm of red energy and unleashes a devastating bombardment, filling the space with deafening pressure. The force threatens to crush Warren's consciousness completely. Within the torrent of hostile energy, Warren finds a moment of absolute clarity. He focuses inward and recalls the philosophy that guided his growth. In his mind, he visualizes a carp battling against harsh currents, repeatedly crashing against the water. He meditates on the moment of talte, the transformation in which a carp leaps over the falls and becomes a dragon. Warren channels this image into his blade. He steps toward his limit, toward his end, walking a path of golden light that cuts through Suk Jamayong's darkness. The chapter closes with Warren wreathed in a radiant golden aura as he launches a counterattack, a moment that signifies his rise from a mere merchant to a true dragon of the martial world. The chapter begins in the chaotic wake of a massive, red-hued explosion. The old man, Suk Jamyeon, stands alone amidst the swirling debris, his chest heaving with exhaustion. He looks around the devastation and convinces himself that there is no way his opponent could have survived such a blast unscathed. However, as the dust hangs in the air, Suk Jaemyeon begins to panic. He stares at his trembling hand, realizing he has expended a dangerous amount of energy. He calculates grimly that if he exhausts his inner chi here, he will be left vulnerable, and resolves to proceed with extreme caution. Suddenly, the dust is pierced by a brilliant golden light. Warren initiates an attack from within the haze, his blade conjuring a massive golden dragon formed of pure chi that coils through the air with terrifying majesty. As the dragon descends, the narrative shifts into Suk Jaemyeon's memory, triggered by the intensity of the moment. We see a vision of a younger Suk Jaemyeon, battered and bleeding, his clothes torn yet standing defiantly with his sword. The flashback continues to show him atop a traditional roof under a pale full moon, surrounded by a legion of assassins. Back in the present, the pressure of Warren's dragon manifests as a vision of the word death looming over Suk Jaemyeon. Snapping out of his fear, Suk Jaemyeon erupts in explosive rage. He screams angrily and demands how Warren dares push him this far. He shouts that Warren is not the only one who has stood tall against overwhelming odds. Suk Jaemyeon boasts of his dark legacy, proclaiming that he killed anyone who blocked his path, chased him, or tried to catch him. He declares that he killed again and again, surviving it all to earn the fearsome title of demonic master. He refuses to accept that a legend like himself could lose to a mere merchant. Suk Jaemyeon charges, his blade wreathed in dark red chi, clashing directly against Warren's golden dragon. The two energies collide in a blinding flash. Despite the old man's ferocious experience, Warren cuts through the red energy. Warren descends with a heavy downward slash that forces Suk Jaemyeon to buckle under the weight. Suk Jaemyeon grunts in pain, realizing that Warren is overpowering him with sheer physical strength. As Warren spins his sword and a glowing, intricate symbol manifests on his forehead, Suk Jaemyeon decides to unleash a decisive technique. He executes the momentum strike, a martial art designed to use the force of movement to amplify damage, shouting that their drawn-out fate ends now. Just as Suk Jaemyeon strikes, a massive, monochromatic yin-yang symbol, Taiji, materializes behind Warren. Suk Jaemyeon is horrified. He recognizes the technique immediately and thinks to himself that Warren is using the Taiji Depth Heaven Tome. In a moment of clarity, Suk Jaemyeon analyzes Warren's power. He realizes that the realm of consciousness residing in the upper dantian represents the aggregate of a human's limitless potential. He deduces that Warren's connection to this power is the true reason he can learn martial arts at such a terrifyingly fast speed. The fight drags on, becoming a brutal exchange of blows. Suk Jaemyeon feels his energy draining rapidly against his will. He realizes this has become a war of consumption, a battle of attrition to see whose strength runs out first. Exhausted, Suk Jaemyeon falls to his knees. He reflects that no matter how strong a warrior's will is, they are still human. In the face of cruel violence that tears flesh and shatters bones, no human mind can remain intact. Despite this logic, Warren stands up again. Suk Jaemyeon, utterly bewildered, asks why he keeps getting back up. Desperate for an answer, Suk Jaemyeon projects his own past onto Warren. He sees the image of his younger, battered self standing in Warren's place. He asks if it is rage driving Warren to kill. He asks if it is a lingering attachment to the past that forces him to rise. Warren looks down at the kneeling old man and calmly answers that both assumptions are wrong. He explains that neither rage nor the past fuels him. As he speaks, a vision appears behind him of the people he cherishes, his father, mother, younger sibling, Yanhwa, and the martial artists who follow him. Warren declares that what makes him rise again is the future. He stands back up not out of anger or regret, but because he must keep moving forward. Warren stands amidst a hazy, spiritual landscape, looking down at his own hands with a solemn expression, declaring his resolve that the only reason he stands back up is so that he can continue to move forward. The mental realm reveals itself fully with rays of sunlight breaking through clouds to illuminate lush green hills and dark, reflective water, where Warren stands in his white robes opposite the spectral form of the old man, who kneels on the surface with his back turned. Power resonates from the spirit, cracking and splintering the ground beneath him, and a close-up of his face reveals fierce eyes glowing with menacing red light as he questions the concept of the future. Warren watches silently, his hair blowing in the wind, while the old man hunches over coughing violently, the sound transforming into a rhythmic, manic laughter that erupts from him as his shoulders shake and his white hair bristles. The old man calls the situation absolutely ridiculous and the funniest thing he has ever heard, his eye fading from red to a sharp, amused blue as he points out the logic of Warren deliberately choosing to change only what he can, calling it a rational, pragmatic decision. Sitting casually on the invisible ground, the spirit remarks with disdain that Warren is a merchant to the bone, cursing him as a bastard, but Warren stands straight across the distance, addressing the spirit as Young Warren and spitting to the side in dismissal. The old man ignores the disrespect, clenching his fist to announce an offer, and as Warren demands he speak, the spirit deduces Warren wants his inner energy and proposes a temporary arrangement to stay within his body to help him, suddenly shouting a condition that Warren must find a body for him to move into. Extending his open palm, the old man promises 1/3 of his inner energy upon leaving, but Warren's impassive face turns away as he bluntly refuses. The old man stands shocked, veins popping with rage as he screams about yielding first, his robe swirling violently, but Warren smiles cunningly with his palm extended, countering that half the energy might make it worth considering for the demonic master. Growling and clenching his fist in suppressed rage, the old man calls him a vicious bastard before screaming in frustration and agreeing to stake half his energy. Composing himself, the old man reiterates that Warren must find a young body with strong bones, stipulating the candidate must be a lunatic with a broken mind to ensure easy domination, as illustrated by distorted silhouettes. From an overhead angle, Warren agrees to wake the master if he finds such a person, adding coldly that he will choose trash that won't matter, and as he turns away with flowing hair, the old man clicks his tongue and mocks the dramatic negotiation before telling him to get lost, closing his eyes in dismissal. As the spiritual realm vibrates, a beam of golden light envelopes Warren, who fades away leaving the old man alone to calculate that the lost energy is worth 180 years, calling it an utter waste, though a sly grin spreads beneath his mustache as he reveals that the more Warren uses the energy, the stronger he himself will become, looking up to express he looks forward to their next meeting. The scene shifts instantly to reality with a sharp sound, settling into a quiet courtyard bathed in blue moonlight where Warren sits in a meditative lotus position. His hands tremble violently on his knees, and he groans in pain, sweat rolling down his face as an overwhelming sense of loss washes over him, his constricted pupil betraying his wonder if the dissonance between the realms caused this reaction. He vows to return to that realm, but the silence is broken by Yong rushing in panic to ask what happened, and Warren looks up exhaustedly to explain he made a deal with the powerful soul because he couldn't erase it, prompting Yong's concern that he is lucky to be alive. The old man's voice resonates in Warren's mind, explaining that he can weaken the soul by splitting it like Sangwon Mijong, showing a vision of a splitting spirit, or alternatively by confining it in another dantian, visualizing a swirling blue sphere. Confused, Warren questions the concept, but the old man warns that using the current dantian causes energy deviation, whereas a separate one will work. Skeptical that a second dantian is impossible, Warren suddenly corrects himself as he recalls future knowledge of Kyoryang using 2 dantians for the Taiji Depth Heaven Tome. Standing confidently with Yong, Warren realizes the path forward to becoming a true unrivaled martial master, but rapid footsteps interrupt his thoughts as a battered group bursts in. A large Jaegal martial artist carrying an unconscious Yohi skids to a halt, and Yohi lifts her terrified head to warn that Bayek and Warren's group are in danger. Shocked, Warren demands an explanation, and the injured martial artist recounts how they stopped at the same inn as Warren's group when demonic sects attacked, leading to a massive battle and the massacre of civilians shown in a gruesome flashback. Clutching his chest wound, he explains he barely escaped and that Warren's people were caught trying to help, causing Warren to grit his teeth in suppressed rage. Turning his back, Warren states he must go to his group, ignoring the Jaegal artist's desperate warning about the ambush. Warren's eyes burn with determination as he faces his armed subordinates, where Pang Jayak, a man with spiky blonde hair, steps forward to join him. When Warren insists it is his matter, Pang Jayak refuses, citing his familiarity with the Jaegal clan and his duty as a rising star of the orthodox sects to stop the demonic sects. The old man teases Warren in his mind about needing help, and Warren bows slightly to the spectral image in gratitude before the group stands united. Warren pops the cork of a small golden bottle, thinking it will be useful, and drinks the elixir while walking away, blaming himself for spending too long at the Sangwon clan. Leading the charge with Pang Jayak and the others, Warren's eyes glow with intense golden red power as he internally urges his group to wait just a little longer. Racing across the barren landscape as silhouettes, they arrive with a heavy thud at a dark ruin where two injured men look desperate, stares down with cold fury at a nightmare scenario under a blood-red moon, a mountain of corpses piled high in a ravine, topped by a bald man with strange markings smiling menacingly. Waren's internal monologue began in a void of memory, reflecting on the timeline of his previous life and acknowledging a fundamental difference in his relationships compared to the present. The scene shifted to a flashback of a snowy courtyard dojo where a younger, red-haired Moyang stood in the center, her back straight and sword at her side facing a line of kneeling disciples, while Waren watched from the interior of a warm room through an open lattice window, admitting to himself that in that past existence he possessed no closeness to Master Mo. He recalled the limitations of his former self, noting that his frail constitution acted as a barrier preventing him from practicing martial arts and joining the others. Moyang turned her head sharply, her expression cold and discerning as she looked back toward the observer, prompting Waren to recall his own twisted mindset from those days and admit that his bitterness led him to deliberately distance himself from the martial artists of his own clan. The view widened to the Yong clan compound where snow fell gently over traditional tiled roofs and stone walls, marking the quiet, inexorable passage of time during those years of isolation, before the season shifted to a warm, golden hue bathing the clan grounds in amber light as time simply flowed by in this state of detachment. But tragedy struck before that could happen when the Tianzhong clan faced total annihilation. The compound was engulfed in a raging inferno as flames tore through the main structures and sent sparks into the night sky, and Waren recounted the slaughter of his clan members amidst the chaos. A split view depicted the aftermath where a body lay dead in the shadows with arrows protruding from its back while refugees and survivors trudged away from the destruction with faces etched in despair, Waren noting that the martial artists who survived the initial purge either perished later or scattered to the winds and disappeared forever. The visual focused on a desolate, smoke-filled background emphasizing the emptiness left behind by the clan's destruction, but amidst the ruin a single figure stood tall against a backdrop of smoke and debris, revealed to be Moyang seen from behind with her long red hair flowing over dark martial arts robes, for Master Mo was the exception to the collapse. A close-up of Moyang's face partially obscured revealed her fierce determination as she took the initiative and led the charge to slaughter the enemies from the Debi sect. The scene was bathed in the orange glow of a setting sun or raging fire where silhouettes of warriors lay broken on the ground with swords scattered marking a path of violence and retribution. A close-up focused on the top of Moyang's head with her red hair vibrant against the gloom as Waren explained that her relentless slaughter earned her the moniker Dragon Bloodflower, describing her struggle to rebuild the Tianzhong clan as one where she shed literal tears of blood. Moyang appeared in a jagged portrait-style view with her face marred by cuts and blood and one eye swollen, yet her gaze remained piercing and unyielding and her robes were tattered evidence of the brutal battle she endured. The camera panned down to her midsection showing deep wounds in soaked fabric before shifting to a grave of swords where Moyang sat slumped amidst a field of blades stuck into the earth while the sky bled white light, and Waren stated plainly that in the end she died. The view pulled back to show her body lying lifeless on the barren ground surrounded by the swords of the fallen, a lonely and desolate image of a warrior's end, and Waren mentioned that the two rising ghost blades also met a similar tragic fate in that past timeline. The flashback ended abruptly, replaced by the cool blue tones of the present night where rain streaked diagonally across the scene as figures fell through the air with bodies limp or broken mirroring the tragedy of the past. A blur of motion cut through the rain, a high-speed movement barely capturing the form of a person rushing forward, revealing Waren rushing through the air with his white and blue robes flapping violently in the wind, desperate as his mind raced with the fear of history repeating itself. A close-up of his hair whipping in the wind emphasized his speed and the urgency of his movement, followed by an extreme close-up of his face with teeth gritted and eyes wide with anxiety while a red sound effect emphasized the pounding of his heart or intensity of exertion as he was terrified that the same tragedy was happening again. The view expanded to show the chaos below where warriors were falling or jumping from high structures into a bamboo forest in a scene chaotic and blurry with rain in motion. Waren flew through the air flanked by Pang Jiak and another ally descending rapidly toward the forest canopy, and Pang Jiak with his spiky blonde hair and red-trimmed robes spoke confidently to Waren while mid-air, assuring him that his group would remain safe. Pang Jiak landed or maneuvered with agility, his expression serious but reassuring as he reminded Waren that the people down there were his subordinates and Yong Waren's own people. Pang Jiak clenched his fist in front of his chest in a gesture of conviction urging Waren to trust in the strength of his own followers. Waren continued his aerial dash with his body streamlined like an arrow as he processed Pang Jiak's words and his expression focused from panic into determination. A wide overhead shot showed the group of powerful martial artists including Warren and Pang Jayak descending upon the bamboo forest where the battle raged, and Warren realized there was critical information he needed to share. Amidst the blur of motion through the trees, Warren deduced that the attackers at the inn were likely from the three demonic heavens, causing Pang Jayak's face to register shock at the mention of the name. Warren continued his explanation while moving, stating that if the three demonic heavens were involved, it implied a coalition of the Blood Demon Castle, Holy Heaven Cult, and Darkness Valley. Warren was shown from a high angle looking down with his face shadowed as he connected the dots from Jagal Yovi to the targeting of Jagal Bayak. A close-up on Warren's face showed his golden eyes sharp with realization as he understood that the demonic martial artists were systematically targeting the Jagal clan. A visual representation of the battlefield showed Jagal clan members surrounded in the forest under relentless and coordinated attacks. A martial artist was sent flying backward through the doorway with blood spurting from multiple wounds on his chest before crashing violently. The courtyard of the Jagal residence was under siege, where Moyang stood defensively holding a sword alongside a large muscular warrior and other defenders who looked exhausted and cornered. Bodies of both attackers and defenders littered the wet ground, and a defender commented that the Jagal clan's enchantments were the only reason the enemy hasn't fully breached their position yet. Moyang stood at the forefront with her red hair wet with rain staring ahead with a grim expression while the surviving Jagal warriors braced themselves behind her. A close-up revealed she was clutching her side, evidently wounded, but held her sword ready despite the injury. A wounded man supported by another coughed up blood violently and gasped out hope that the martial artist who broke out would return with reinforcements. Moyang's face was shown in profile with sweat and rain running down her skin, looking concerned as she understood the precariousness of their situation. She looked out into the darkness and admitted internally that with so many wounded their ability to hold out was fading fast. The view showed the dark dense forest surrounding the compound heavy with the threat of hidden enemies. Moyang stood with her back to the camera facing the piles of bodies and the encroaching darkness, sensing that the clan's protective enchantment was finally collapsing. An overhead shot focused on Moyang and the defenders as they heard the footsteps of the enemy approaching. What Jagal warriors bowed deeply to Moyang and the other guests, acknowledging their impending doom. The enemy stepped into the courtyard with heavy footsteps, and the Jagal warriors expressed their gratitude to the guests, stating they wouldn't have lasted this long without them. 3 Jagal warriors saluted with fists and palms and resolute faces, vowing to repay the kindness shown to them. The leader of the trio spoke with grim determination, asking that if they died the guests must ensure the safety of young Master Jagal Bayak. A close-up showed a warrior's gritty face prepared for death. Moyang and the large warrior beside her listened to the plea, and Moyang's expression hardened with resolve as she shouted a command for everyone to get into the sword formation. The defenders immediately moved into position with weapons raised, creating a defensive perimeter. Suddenly, bright green streaks of energy slashed through the dark bamboo forest, cutting down trees and illuminating the night with the bamboo forest flying dragon stride technique. Moyang and the defenders looked up, startled by the sudden disturbance and the familiar energy signature, and Moyang's eyes widened in recognition as she whispered, questioning if it was the young clan Heir. A massive shockwave cleared a path through the forest, scattering the darkness with green energy, and Warren burst into view flying low to the ground with immense speed, shouting for them to wait just a little longer. He was a blur of motion with his sword drawn, mentally listing the people he saw, including Master Emo, the Ghost Blades, Seoke, and Manhwa. Warren landed amidst the enemy with his momentum carrying him into a spin, but enemies tried to intercept him as several dark figures leaped into the air to block his path. Warren clashed with an enemy, sending sparks flying from their blades while gritting his teeth, but more enemies swarmed him, trying to halt his advance and momentarily bogging him down. Warren parried a strike with a frustrated expression and a sharp sound of annoyance, and an enemy shouted that Warren wasn't going anywhere while pressing the attack. Suddenly, Pang Jayak appeared, shouting for young Master Yong to keep going and promising that the Pang clan would clear the path. Warren looked back surprised, who charged up a massive amount of purple lightning energy around his blade, swung his weapon with ferocious power, screaming that he would repay the debt he owed to Yong Warren no matter what, releasing a devastating wave of purple energy that exploded outward and blasted away the enemies blocking the path. Warren took the opening, leaping high into the air and thanking Pang Jayak before reorienting himself mid-air to focus entirely on reaching Moyang. He activated his movement technique again, enveloping his legs and body in green energy, the text for Bamboo Forest Flying Dragon Stride reappearing as he accelerated. Warren became a green streak weaving through the bamboo stalks with impossible agility, pushing his speed to the limit, desperate to bridge the gap. He slashed through obstructing bamboo and debris without slowing down, the blur of the forest rushing past in a first-person perspective until a flash of light illuminated the area near the compound. Warren crashed into a group of enemies with his sword glowing with green, she shouting for them not to get in his way, then spun, creating a whirlwind of energy that knocked opponents back. He focused his gaze forward, seeing the compound in the distance, and realized he needed to go faster, channeling more power, so the green aura intensified. He cut a swath through the enemy lines with the green energy acting like a scythe, and an aerial view showed the spiral of destruction Warren was carving through the forest as he approached the lit building where the defenders were. He broke through the final line of trees with the compound now directly ahead and landed heavily in the courtyard, sliding to a halt with debris kicking up around him. He stood up from his landing crouch with sword ready, and the defenders, seeing him arrive, cried out in relief and hope, calling him the young clan heir. The scene cut to a distant cliff overlooking the battle where two figures stood silhouetted against the night sky, an old man and a woman in a wide-brimmed hat. The old man looked down at the chaos and mused thoughtfully. A close-up of the old man revealed a long white beard and rings on his fingers as he stroked his beard, stating that those people weren't part of their plan. The woman beside him, with her face partially covered by bandages and shadow, identified the interlopers as the rising talents of the Pang, Sangwon, and Seomun clans, looking at the specific location where Warren landed and deducing that the last one must be from the group that helped the Jaegal clan at the inn. The old man dismissed the concern, saying that in that case they could ignore them, smiling sinisterly as he noted that a web doesn't only catch prey that it's intended for. His expression turned eager as he said good and suggested they begin. The view pulled back to show the massive army of demonic practitioners waiting in the darkness behind them, and the old man gave the command to send the Blood Dragon Corps. The demonic army began to move like a dark tide of malice rolling forward while the old man watched with anticipation. The final image showed the old man in full detail, gaunt with a cruel smile and powerful aura, as he clenched his fist, declaring that this was going to be an interesting sight, identified by the text as the Blood Demon. As Warren rushes to the scene, he lands on the ground and everyone shouts that his name. Warren is shocked when he sees that all his allies are severely injured. Yong rushes towards him and says what he is doing, and it's very dangerous here. Before she can say anything, he hugs her directly and says that he is glad that she is alright. Shu gets shy and then calms herself down, saying that she missed Warren. Namwook rushes towards them and says that he is glad to see him, but the situation is not looking good. Hearing this, Warren laughs and says that he is not really alone, as hundreds of clan members led by Pine Jayak and the Seomun clan join him. As he was about to assure them, Warren starts sensing violent currents of killing intent, that he instantly figures out the source, which is high up in the mountain. But the expression on his face is more worrying, that something horrific is on that side. Because they have been caught on a trap, and a very thorough one at that. Even more, the Jaegal clan, the Sangwon clan and the Pang clan are all here. Then he figures out that this is a drive hunt and the Jaegal clan was used as a bait for the other clans. So they can kill all of them together. To prevent the formation of the Union, this place has become a giant grave. Warren turns around and uses a sound transmission to tell all of them to not show an expression, and that they are in a trap. He tells them to not look but feel the presence on top of the hill. Ping Jake along with everyone use their chi to check on top of the mountain, and the killing intent shocks them all to the core. The woman on top of the mountain figures out that they have managed to discover them. One of her partners call her guardian Joe, and that they should be able to finish them all right now. But like a creep she laughs, saying that there would be no fun. She tells him that she wants to see what they try to, like jesters on top of their graves. The man remains quiet for a second and then says that they should just kill all of them together, if they try doing anything. She calls him the Blood Dragon Corps leader, and laughs, telling him that they have come to Jiangu after a long time, so they should enjoy their time. She roasts him, saying that the title of Dragon Corps leader doesn't suit him because he is shivering because of some kids. He curses at her, cursing her from the back. She says that the blood demon tasked them himself, so she will accomplish it. But she will do it in her own way. The more they struggle, the more pleasure she will feel. Warren, on the other hand, orders them to form a formation. The Jaegal people tell him to not worry about it. Warren says that the Jaegal formations might be the best, but he thinks he is already aware of them. The Jaegal people also think that way, and they might be skilled enough to see right through their formation. But the reason they are still alive is so that they could bring more of them together. Warren orders them to set up a formation around the outside walls and the rest of them should stuck in bamboos in the locations he points to them. The Jagal Master says that a double-layer formation, however, the demonic heaven is the enemy, so it will be hard to stop them. He asks Warren what kind of formation he is trying to make, and Warren replies that he plans to build a poison one. He plans on making the bamboo garden shattering formation, a variations of their family's passed down formation. It is the best formation when it comes to enduring enemies above in skill level. It might not be an exaggeration to say that this formation alone resurrected the Sky Ocean Escort Agency. They won't be able to stop everyone, but if it is just to endure, then it's possible. Pang Jayak asks Warren where he is getting the poison and he points at the Siaman clan saying that they have the poison. He gets furious saying that they are the Siaman clan, they will not carry poison like the Tang clan. Warren warns them that if they do not give her up the poison right now or they will all die. This is something he doesn't intend to do, but he will use all his knowledge to survive this no matter what. Due to the pressure of everyone present, he was forced to hand over the poison, and came up with an excuse that it was for research purposes. Warren says that everyone will remember his contribution, so they must get into formation. As soon as they start, she realizes that they are up to something and orders everyone to attack. The third leader orders his minions to attack and not leave a single one of them alive. At the Sangwon clan, where traditional architecture stands silent under the moonlight. Inside the empty corridors, Yohi walks alone, her head bowed in posture radiating burden, her brow furrows as she bites her lip in frustration, her thoughts spiraling into self-deprecation about her lack of martial prowess, reasoning that if she were stronger, she could offer help instead of feeling helpless. She stops abruptly, squeezing her eyes shut and shaking her head violently to reprimand herself, mentally screaming to get a grip before opening her eyes with renewed determination, clutching her hand to her chest and resolving to focus on doing whatever remains within her power. The silence is shattered by frantic footsteps, and Yohi turns sharply as a messenger bursts into view, pale with fear, crying out to her as vice leader. He skids to a halt, trembling as he thrusts a scroll toward her, insisting an emergency letter from the main clan must be read immediately. Yohi takes it with confusion, questioning its origin, but as she unfurls the scroll and scans the calligraphy, her expression shifts to sheer horror, her hands tremble violently, and she stammers, unable to articulate the magnitude of the disaster. Rage overtakes shock, and she crumples the letter, screaming at the messenger to know why this intelligence arrived so late, letting out a guttural scream of frustration before grabbing him aggressively to remind him the initial report claimed the attackers were merely demonic path followers. She demands to know the enemy's true identity, and the terrified messenger stammers that he believes the forces belong to the Blood Demon Castle and are led by one of the notorious three demons. Yohi looks physically struck, berating him for his stupidity and withholdingness, and as he apologizes, she turns away, clutching her head and cursing her lack of foresight as she recalls the letter's report that the Blood Dragon Corps were mobilizing. The realization hits like lightning that the location Bayek is a lure and a bait. Punishing herself with a strike to the head, she screams internally to think, then takes off running, sprinting through the night with robes fluttering and background blurring, gritting her teeth with tears of desperation as she pleads with fate to let her make it in time. The scene transitions to a forest clearing where Alliance forces stand ready in eerie calm, rows of martial artists with weapons drawn, and Warren stands at the forefront, looking into the dark forest as he raises his voice to order everyone to their positions. The warriors obey instantly, mesmerizing Moyan marvels internally at how seasoned martial artists entrust their lives to such a young leader, and when a young warrior volunteers for a task, Warren instructs him and Brother John to prioritize preservation by assisting anyone on the verge of collapse. A sudden wind sweeps through, and Warren's eyes narrow as he senses the enemy, drawing his weapon and booming the order to get ready just as heavy movement echoes from the tree line and hundreds of blades are unsheathed. The enemy vanguard crashes into view with ferocious speed, and Warren shouts over the din, asking if his troops remember his instructions, and as they hold the line, the strategic reality unfolds exactly as he planned. The forest forces the enemy into a single narrow entrance where the Peng and Sangwon clans wait on the wings, the Tianzhong and Xiaoman clans hold the center, and the Jagal clan waits at the rear. As the enemy commits to the deep center, Warren watches with a calm, analytical gaze, feeling a wave of internal relief and gratitude that he studied strategy in his previous life, grimly musing he never expected to use it. With the enemy deep in the kill zone, Warren raises his hand and screams for the Jagal clan to activate it, prompting a commander to respond confidently and trigger a massive explosion of energy from the rear that disrupts the enemy lines. The battlefield descends into controlled chaos favoring the Alliance, decimating the vanguard as the flanking clans strike and the enemy forces crumble, all while observed from a high ridge by Joe and the third commander. The commander trembles with rage watching his troops die, snapping at his colleagues for their laziness before declaring he will fight personally and leaping from the ridge with explosive force. Joe clicks their tongue, mocking the commander's belief in brute force and disdainfully calling him an idiot selected to be a sacrifice. The commander rampages, cleaving through soldiers, but is soon halted by the Alliance's adapting formation blocking him with simultaneous spears and swords, trapped and panicked. But suddenly, a blur of motion tore into the scene from the periphery, a heavy, dark presence rapidly interposing itself between predator and prey. A massive, deafening collision dominated the space as Warren's sword, moments away from ending a life, was stopped dead in its tracks, generating a shockwave of displaced air and dust that burst outward and blew back the commander's hair and robes. Standing protectively over the cowering commander was Joe, her posture effortless despite holding back Warren's full-strength strike. Through the narrow slits left for vision on her bandaged face, a cold, piercing gaze locked onto Warren, conveying no hostility but a profound, heavy silence before she exerted a sudden burst of force to shove his blade back. Warren skidded backward, using the momentum to create distance before landing gracefully and flipping his sword to a guard position, though his expression turned grave as he instantly assessed this new threat while the woman stood motionless, her arm lowering slowly to her side. The commander, trembling and pale, stared up, gasping for air as the realization of survival washed over him, stammering in a voice barely audible over the ringing in his ears as he struggled to comprehend the intervention. Joe did not turn to face the man she saved, keeping her attention fixed solely on Warren as the atmosphere tightened and the weight of her presence suppressed the noise of the surrounding skirmishes, standing as an absolute wall to signal the hunt was over. This part starts Joe as she has interrupted the duel. As Warren is pushed back, he tells himself that he couldn't sense her approaching, and she is definitely a master. With another move, a huge wave of energy, she destroys the entire formation, shocking Warren. He tells everyone to retreat and disperse the outer formation and should get back into the inn. As everyone rushes towards the inn, we move towards the commander as he thanks her for saving his life. She tells him not to misunderstand and that she needs him for her future plans. Then as there is a brief silence, she releases killing intent and tells him to gather his men and get inside. Inside the inn, Warren and Pang Jayak wonder what is going on and who those people are. The Siaman clan's turd gets mad, telling himself that he is going to die a dog's death. He moves towards Warren saying that it is all his fault. As he charges toward Warren, he says that he did all this just so he could save some idiots. Moyoung interrupts, as she stares at him with intent. He say how he can lay a hand on him. Warren, seeing all this, gets pissed, telling him if he really wants to die here. He asks them if they really want to die here. Hearing this, them calm down as he elaborates that he doesn't want to die here. He says that he has many things to do and he has no intentions of dying. That is why he cannot die in a place like this. So everyone must get a grip, since the enemy will be attacking again. As the enemies charge towards them, Warren tells them to activate the bamboo garden soul-shattering formation. As planned, they will throw the poison. Pang Jayak agrees and gets ready to throw the poison as he cannot die without completing his blade arts. As he does so, the other follow instantly and the entire place gets covered in poison. As the poison releases, Warren tell them to stomp with chi, and as they do so, the poison gets spread. Moving to the commander, he tells him that he has been feeling strange as he goes forward. Yet he is not getting any close. As he sees Warren, he realizes that he is playing tricks again. Then he notices that the people around him are choking and falling to death. As all of his minions fall to death, he realized that they have been affected by poison. He tells the rest to hold their breath and retreat, but slowly as his breath starts slowing and his vision becomes blurry as he falls to his death. The people present stand in silence and they blast about how they managed to win. Pang Jayak is shocked that they managed to defeat the Blood Corps themselves. And it was all thanks to the strategy of the Yong clan Heir. And then he says that they must wait for reinforcements. That's when a star-like strike releases a huge outburst of energy, slashing the ground in half. Everyone in the present is shocked just by the sheer power of it. This was done by Joe, as she says that it was Warren who plotted this. She explains how he used the formation and then used chi to kill them with poison. She is extremely impressed as she never expected him to destroy the Blood Dragon Core. But she says that it ends now and she is out tricks. Then she gets ready and drop a huge strike, so Warren call forth the chi of the old man as he counters the overpowered strike. The part starts with a voice calling for Warren. That's when he regains consciousness. He is critically hurt as he instantly fainted after blocking the sword chi. That's when red aura radiates from him. The old man manifests himself saying that if he dies he will disappear forever. The scene is horrific as they are getting slaughtered endlessly. Seeing the massacre, he gets up telling the old man to hand over more chi. Hearing this, the old man gets angry, calling him crazy, as any more chi will cause his body to explode. Warren says that he refuses to sow nothing, because he is scared his body might burst, as there are people he must save in front of him. As huge amount of aura starts radiating from him, he says that if he doesn't do anything it is even more foolish. As the battle continues, old man tells him to stop or he will die as well. Warren tell him to make sure that he doesn't die. As Warren charges and recklessly, old man tell him to dodge upwards. As Warren does so, he narrowly manages to dodge the deadly strike. Taking opportunity of this, Moyang orders the two ghost blades to grab hold of the master. As they follow her command, they restrict his movement. Taking opportunity of this, Warren uses the waterfall reverse dragon ascent on him and slays him instantly. From far away, Joe sees this and is confused how he managed to handle the guardian. Since his skills were nowhere near that level, so she decides that no matter what happens she will kill him today. She finishes the minions fighting her to charge towards Warren. Moving towards Peng Jik, as Warren tells him that he doesn't have time, so he will get to the point. He tells him the weakness of his blade, the 5 tiger severing blade, which is almost complete, just misses one thing. He tells Jik that mixing water and oil is the main key. As he hears those words, he realizes that he needs to control the speed of his chi. Upon this realization, he undergoes a breakthrough and realizes that the energies that were wavering has become faster, as if they have become a fast current. As he was in a trance, Joe tells him that looking away in a battle is a dead wish. As she charges towards him with a deadly blow, Warren intercepts, blocking the blow, and tells Jik to back out and figure his new understanding. Meanwhile, he will hold her off. Hearing this, she gets angry, stating how he can confidently say that he can stop her. But she gets past him and kicks Jik, making him fly away. She says it is ridiculous if she thinks that he can stop her. Warren orders everyone to charge towards him, but she manages to neutralize all of them instantly. Warren being the only one standing. As he looks around, all he sees hundreds of injured people as she comes face to face with him. She asks him what relationship he has with the Tianzhong clan. Hearing this, Warren grits his teeth and says that she knows of the Tianzhong clan. Warren tells him that he is the heir to the Tianzhong clan, Yong Warren. She was wondering how he knew the reverse dragon ascent and the heavenly lightning ascent. So the hidden saint cult's martial arts continue on. As she confidently says that she will end the lineage. As Warren continues to block, a voice tells him that he is late, as a tigering strike blocks her, and it's none other than Peng Jik. He has finally completed his blade and has no regrets even if he dies. In order to block his strike, she gets injured and rips open her mask. She gets real pissed, using slangs on them. Jik supports Warren and tells him that if he dies as his friend. Warren, however, tells him no, as it is too early for them to die. The reinforcements have arrived in Moyang and the rest are relived. As she is stuck, she curses Warren and says that they will meet again. As she runs away, the old man tells his troops to focus on the injured. As Warren sees the injured getting treated, the relapse kicks in and he loses consciousness. The incident that occurred that night resulted in many orthodox martial artists losing their lives and some were severely injured. But also accomplished the feats of destroying the Blood Dragon core. The battle was later named the Eclipsed Bamboo Bloodbath. On that day, two heroes emerged, Yong Warren and Peng Jik.
In the aftermath of a brutal conflict, the world begins to piece itself back together amidst the rubble and the weight of the fallen. A wide, sweeping view reveals a sprawling city nestled within a valley of verdant green mountains under a clear blue sky, where the radiant morning sun casts long shadows across traditional tiled roofs. Architectural details of the Sangwon clan's territory. Moving into a courtyard of stone pavers, the atmosphere is heavy with clinical stillness, leading toward wooden buildings where, inside, a man with his arms tightly crossed and a blue-gray scarf wrapped around his neck waits patiently near shelves of medicinal herbs. The interior is revealed to be an infirmary where several warriors lie under white sheets on raised mats. Mo Young, her long red hair falling over her shoulders, sits at the edge of a mat holding a small white bowl as she watches over them with focused intensity. A close-up of his sharp features and golden brown eyes shows a pensive expression as he processes his internal state before he begins to move. Hwarin is later seen from behind, sitting on the edge of a raised porch and looking out over a central courtyard, his hair tied back and his pale robe cinched by a dark belt. In the courtyard below, two men in simple gray tunics engage in manual labor, one shoveling earth while the other wipes sweat from his brow. In another area, a powerfully built man with a mustache listens as a shorter woman in white robes gestures and provides a report. Hwarin brings a small ceramic bottle to his lips, drinking the liquid with determined focus, before exhaling a sigh of relief as his expression softens, though his eyes remain alert. Gripping the bottle against his knee, he reflects with relief that the medicine from the Omniscient One prevented deep internal damage, even as a close-up of his dark robe highlights the physical toll of the battle. Looking toward the bright horizon, a somber thought crosses his mind regarding the heavy cost of victory and the far too many people who died. He remains seated in reflection until the sound of steady footsteps approaches, and Jacques drops down beside him. Jacques greets him as a friend and asks what he is drinking, causing Hwarin to repeat the word back with skepticism. Jacques maintains his grin, suggesting that good things should be shared. When Hwarin asks what he means by this sudden friendliness, Jacques points out that surviving a life or death battle together leaves them as nothing else but friends. Offering a quiet acceptance, Hwarin explains that he is taking medicine for internal damage and asks how the Pen clan is doing, which causes Jacques' eye to flicker with momentary sorrow as they both look out toward the distant mountains. Jacques admits that many of his clansmen died, but affirms his pride in them for dying honorably as martial artists. Hwarin observes that the Pen clan fought as if they had no fear of death, which he finds impressive, but Jacques' eyes narrow as he corrects him, stating that everyone is afraid of dying. He explains that they simply believed something was more important than death, which allowed them to lead the way, and he tells Hwarin that he is exactly the same. Hwarin is taken aback and asks for clarification as Jacques places a hand on his shoulder, citing Hwarin's formations, prowess, and determination to protect people as the reason they all survived. With a small chuckle, Jacques remarks that even so Munyon would agree, and Hwarin looks down, admitting that he must agree with that final statement. Erupting into a boisterous laugh, Jacques promises to give Hwarin some of his clan's carrier pigeons and warns him with a smirk that a monstrous woman might visit him soon. Suggesting they have a drink next time, Jacques stands and looks back one last time before walking across the courtyard and through a large wooden gate. Alone once more, Hwarin gazes at the sky as his hair blows in the breeze, thinking that since he never knows when such a crisis might happen again, he must prioritize completing the Taiji Depths Heaven Tome. He contemplates what is required while holding a glowing golden object attached to an ornate tassel, which illuminates his hand. Shifting to an interior room, Hwarin meets with his bandaged subordinates. One addresses him as Clan Heir and asks why they have been called together. Hwarin asks about the Zhongs and Teacher Mo, learning that the Zhongs are buying medicine for a currently unwell Miss He, before he announces with a firm expression that he must take a leave of absence to go to Kaifeng today. His subordinates react with shock, shouting that they have only just finished a battle and are all still heavily injured. Mo Young enters through sliding doors and asks what is happening, only to be told of the young sect leader's plan. After a silent standoff, Mo Young sighs and acknowledges that Hwarin must have his reasons, but she expresses concern that they cannot currently guard him. Her expression turns suspicious as she notes that Kaifeng is home to the Immortal Paradise House, leading a subordinate to ask if he is going for the beauty Cho Wuhi. As Hwarin sweats under Mo Young's threatening proximity, he realizes he recently obtained her plaque and internally notes that Mo Young catches on too quickly, though he knows her martial arts are essential for his tome. Thinking that it cannot be helped, Hwarin turns to Instructor Mo and Guard Yong, explaining that after facing such a harsh battle where people were lost, those who survived must revisit themselves and deliver news back home. He bows respectfully, and his subordinates reluctantly accept his explanation. Mo Young insists that he take Guard Nam, whose injuries are minor, and gives a final warning about visiting a pleasure house. Hwarin raises a fist with a bright, nervous smile and swears that he will not go near the place, but soon he and Guard Nam are seen standing before the glowing lanterns of the immortal paradise house in Kaifeng. Meanwhile, in a dark blood cult hall, the white-haired Zhou kneels before her leader, an old man in red robes seated on a throne who coldly asks for results. Zhou admits failure, despite the forces sent, and as her leader's eyes glow with a terrifying light, she desperately explains that an unpredictable foe named Yong completely changed the battle. The chapter ends on a haunting close-up of Zhou's manic, blood-smeared face as she fixates on her enemy. Beneath the dark tiers of the immortal paradise house, glowing lanterns cast a warm dusk light over Hwoarang, Namwook, and Mijong as they stand before the massive, studded wooden doors of the grand establishment. Namwook suddenly experiences a moment of shock, his brow furrowed as a bead of sweat rolls down his temple while he questions whether this is truly the immortal paradise house. Turning his head further, Namwook demands to know why Hwoarang has brought him here, gesturing emphatically while Mijong observes the exchange from beneath his tall black cap. Namwook's frustration boils over as he clenches his fist, shouting that Hwoarang had made a promise to a woman. While Hwoarang remains stoic and unreadable, Namwook squeezes his eyes shut in exasperation, asking if Hwoarang came here just to see Cho Woohee. Hwoarang's mouth sets in a firm line as Namwook suggests he is like any other young man, but Hwoarang issues a singular, firm rebuttal of no, standing tall before the large doors. He clarifies his presence by explaining that, while he is there to see her, it is not for her looks but specifically for her martial arts. Turning to look back, Hwoarang sharply challenges Namwook to find even a single trace of lowly desire within his eyes. Namwook's expression softens into awkwardness as he admits he can clearly see Hwoarang's gaze, leading Hwoarang to state that any visible desire is solely for martial arts. Mijong steps between them to de-escalate the situation, raising his hands and explaining that their plaque is merely a basic requirement. With his arms crossed, Mijong informs them that to see Cho Woohee, one must pass either the 5 knowledge trials or the 5 martial trials, a term Namwook repeats in a low, contemplative voice. The trials are a source of great fame, requiring a challenger to pass 5 tests for a rare meeting with Cho Woohee, who is shown as a red-veiled figure in a golden pavilion. The martial trials test raw power, while Kasa knowledge trials test wisdom, and though many have attempted these extremely difficult tests, Mijong notes he has never heard of anyone actually succeeding. Namwook asks if that means no one has passed so far, while Hwoarang's eye reflects deep internal focus as he recalls failing the 4th knowledge trial in a previous life. Resolving to change his fate, Hwoarang decides to attempt the martial trials this time, and tells the others to follow him as he walks toward the ornate inner doors. The scene transitions into the lavish interior of the house, where polished wood and red lanterns fill the vast hall, and patrons enjoy drinks at their tables. Hwoarang suggests his companions have a drink while they wait, then approaches a set of inner doors guarded by a stern man in armored spalders. Hwoarang clearly states his purpose of attempting the 5 martial trials, prompting the guard to look at him with skepticism until Hwoarang reveals a glowing golden medallion. The guard's demeanor shifts to professional compliance as he leads Hwoarang through a long, covered walkway toward an open-air pavilion where music notes drift through the air. Hwoarang realizes the figure seated on the raised platform is Cho Woohee, who sits behind a zither with her face completely obscured by a heavy red veil. The guard bows deeply, addressing her as housemaster and announcing a challenger with a plaque, to which she comments that this is the first in 10 days. Cho Woohee raises a hand, and the medallion floats to her through telekinesis, a high-level QI art that shocks Hwoarang and proves that the rumors of her power are real. Catching the medallion, she asks if Hwoarang will attempt the martial trials, and upon his confirmation, she sets the first trial as a duel with Guard Bomb. Guard Bomb reaches for his polearm as Cho Woohee begins to play her zither, remarking on Hwoarang's youth and hoping for his victory. The duel erupts as Bomb lunges, and Hwoarang leaps to evade, drawing his sword in a fluid motion to strike downward. They clash in a burst of sparks and ki, exchanging a rapid series of blows until Hwoarang prepares his next move. Bomb is inwardly impressed, but dismisses Hwoarang as an inexperienced brat as the duel intensifies to the rhythm of the zither. Locked in a struggle of strength, Hwarin suddenly drops his sword and dives forward, sliding low beneath Bomb's guard. Cho Woohee's hands pause in surprise as Hwarin pulls back a fist glowing with yellow light and unleashes the flecting dragon fist. The massive burst of golden chi sends Bomb flying, and as the dust clears, Hwarin stands triumphantly, having caught his sword out of the air. Bomb slumps on the ground, shocked by the combat experience required for such a decision, while Cho Woohee asks if they wish to continue. Though Bomb tries to struggle up, Cho Woohee firmly declares the fight finished. She observes that Hwarin pushed Bomb further than anyone has in a long time, and suggests he is hiding even more strength. Declaring that he has passed, she asks if he will attempt the second trial. Hwarin reflects on how he previously struggled with the knowledge trials, but has now mastered proper martial arts through risking his life. He reaffirms his goal to take her martial arts in this life, and resolves to see her face along the way. With a determined expression, Hwarin looks up and tells Cho Woohee that, yes, he will proceed. This concludes this video. Make sure to like and subscribe for another part.